Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse.
Good morning, my friends. We are getting the show going. We have so much going on the live stream today. We will be starting, obviously we do the whatever morning space at 8 a.m. every Monday through Friday with Binta, GP, 300, the Good Vibe Tribe from the DeOrganized crew. Will be, it's a great way to get your day started. And then we have the news at 8:30. We have Truth Chain, Kenny and the team from Truth Chain, a very interesting project on stacks. You're going to come talk to us at 9 a.m. Then at 10 a.m. I believe it's 10 a.m. is the new Bitcoin Capital Markets second episode. They did one earlier this week by the Stacks team. Or the ecosystem, actually. It's an ecosystem-wide effort. And there's going to be a segment this morning. We're going to try to cover that. At 1 p.m., we have, I call him Killa Mark from B Pepe, to come talk to us about his dataing project, which he's building out in partnership with the Stacks ecosystem. We have Jeff from BSD, Based Dollar, coming on to talk with us at 2 p.m. And at 3:30, the man, the myth, the legend, Rafa Stacks is going to come chat with us about Fact Fun, the Capsule Project, the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can actually bridge in like couple dollars worth of Bitcoin into stacks with relatively low fees through what Roth is building out. A bunch of other things. He was just cranking on a game last night. New idea, fun concept. So we got all of that today going on. Daily contest is open, by the way. Like you guys know, let me actually do this now. Pin the tweet. I always forget. I say I'm going to do it like right away and I forget. So let me do it right now. I'm going to pin the tweet for today's live stream so it's easy for y'all to find. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Pinning is in a different spot. So, alright, today's stream is now pinned to the top, and let me actually put the question in there as well. Question will be available in the comments below. I wonder if it makes sense to screen share to show you guys. Well, you guys know how to go find a pinned tweet and comment in the replies below, right? You know, I don't need to actually show you guys how to do that. But today's question, and all you have to do is tell us: are you here for more for the tech, for the money, or the mission? And that's actually an interesting question when I came across it. Because I'm not sure of my specific answer, to be honest. I definitely think I'm here for the mission. We're here for the ethos, you know, as we often say here. But the tech and the money are both also part of that. Part of the ability to actually promote and share and grow the ethos and support the ethos. So I think it's a combination of all three. But I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. So that question has been dropped. The post is pinned, and I got to get moving on the news so I can make sure I'm reporting the news to you guys in a timely fashion. I was a little late yesterday. Got caught up in some things yesterday morning. But we got a bunch of cool things happening today. Thank you guys for tuning in and always supporting. By the way, guys, I just want to give you guys a friendly reminder. It's very important for us. Chads, share the live stream. Sharing the live stream is one of the biggest things you guys can do. Say hi in the live chat, give us a GM, let us know. Participate in the contest. You have an opportunity to win 200 STX. Reply in the thread. Share out the live stream. That really does help us out. And again, daily contest is open. We're going to play some repeat content. We're actually going to cover... Last week we had Daniel Farring come and talk to us about quantum resistance and the threat there. and I think, and the potential solutions as well. So I do think that it's a good segment to replay. We're going to put that on this morning while we're waiting for the whatever morning space and the news to go live at 8:30. We'll see you then, and you all have a blessed rest of your day. Stay tuned. We'll be back soon. I'm going to fix this before I go. Make this a little bit bigger. Bottom corner. Now we're ready for the news. I'll catch y'all later. All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research, after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of switch, unless you're going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. And we needed to figure out exactly what was going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai trees thing. I'm working on that database. It's running in COVID. Kind of burned me out, and there were some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on community points. Some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just a whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph it's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum, as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it, and I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation, but eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic, and Tectonic is working on we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage. Quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. He kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone. Because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult, it also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, and the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Mosca's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time we need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are giving you the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of in the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years, to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got. Go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we? Mm-hmm. Once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu, for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based here in Colorado.
Was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. So there's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down for open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensorTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else.
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done with that open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly, the few times I've been involved.
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Right. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. They defined a whole lot of things, and some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for, but what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do, and this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them required to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there's clearly and definitely money to be made, and that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like say a standard quantum computer, and that gets into more complications because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain these quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak?
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have 2 states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is.
That's
Some
the
of these states
trilemma?
involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics. In the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. This is so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So
this is exactly that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve; it could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The topography. Yeah.
So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or ECDS.
It's kind of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach to it. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So,
say that one more time. Those levels.
There's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm still trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah. I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally. Never had to use calculus in the software world.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Its rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
It's a 3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurement destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property, that property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that, like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once, and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year in Crypto 2025 on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures.
What's one-shot signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Omri, okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All our names are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to two people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and, you know, what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production-ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, you know, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, you know, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. You know, I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale. Yeah, and one of the critics' papers that I read, they said, "Great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom layer down nearly to absolute zero, and the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these." In a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, you know, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, you know, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless,
this could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3
as early as
15.
Yes, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP 360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures that are looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin.
But
writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses. So it's not it's a big problem because you got to get, how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where the where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those, or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of the Shamir stuff, yeah.
Around.
Yeah.
So
and these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough. And another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date. And after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain. And that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Well,
that's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. Like it just won't, so it has to be. There's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reason to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. So that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes. and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew are having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burnt. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really, that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts,
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emissions schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just, after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there are some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining and
just
supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out, or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt, or they will be, people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that you know your HD derivation key, and that you can point to your address, and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof, and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right. But that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault listen, it's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it. And it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to just everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
You must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Farron in the house. Dano, what's
Good
morning? Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to like kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of like switch, unless you're like going, super staff engineering, you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. And we needed to figure out exactly what was going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we renamed it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database and throwing in COVID. Kind of burned me out, and there are some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough day there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that it's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it. But what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research has a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it, and I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation, but eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic, and Tectonic is working on we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage. Quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole we've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time. Not the crypto, the quantum.
Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. Innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. In clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks. Another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostX, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the
And
alpha keeps
coffee.
flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2s.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnerships with our amazing friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Wednesday, hump day. Whoop, whoop, get over the hump. We have a lot to cover, so I'm not going to talk too much. I do want to remind everybody, number one, Chads share the live stream, and I know we got a ton of Chads in our audience. Also say hi in the live chat. Just want to say I hope you have a great day to my sister who's leaving for work today. Yeah, Chad share out the live stream. That helps us tremendously. Also, we have a contest going on right now for the month of December. The daily live stream post, we stream all day. We start at 7:30 a.m. We run until at least 5 p.m., oftentimes later. And that's why we're able to have so many guests on regularly lately. And we have a very packed day today. But we are giving away 200 STX. And to enter, all you have to do is go into the replies under the pinned post on the DeOrganized page. That's at DeOrganizedBTC on X. And today, you just have to let us know. Are you here more for the tech, the money, or the mission? You comment in the thread, in the chat thread below the live stream, and that's your entry. You're entered to win. You can enter daily. We do this live stream every day, Monday through Friday, so you can enter once a day, one entry per day. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, hopefully some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, let's take a look at the numbers. Yeah, we're not doing too bad. We are up a little bit. You know, there's some red and green. It's mixed. Bitcoin's kind of stable, flat from yesterday, although it's a little bit up from where it was. I think we were closer to 85, 86, 85. It's 87, 191 this morning, so up a little bit. Ethereum's right about where it was, 29.28. And Stacks still on sale at just under 26 cents. Again, this is the lowest range I've ever seen, especially relative to Bitcoin. What I know about the Stacks ecosystem and what's being built and the amount of developer activity and all of the things coming, all of the things that have been shipped recently, that price, not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't think that price can stay down there very much longer. But what do I know? You never know. The top three gainers over the last 24 hours are Midnight's Night Token, Morpho, and Just JST. And Fear and Greed Index at 25. It's up a little bit from yesterday. It was down, tipping towards 22. So maybe this is the last little bit of a shakeout before things turn around. We'll see. Remember, it's always darkest before the dawn. And I want to take a look at STX tools. This is where we go to take a look at the Stacks ecosystem. Stacks price doesn't look terrible. It actually looks like it's finding a bottom. This might be your last opportunity to buy Stacks under 30 cents. I would never expect it to get back down under here once it does get back up over 35. And we do have some gainers. Wrapped Nothing Not Token, Miami Coin, Nasty, SBTC, lots of green, lots of things actually turning around here on Stacks. So we're doing good. And STX Tools is a great place to go and do your research if you're interested in getting involved in tokens on Stacks or Stacks and or tokens on Stacks. Great place to do your own research. And now, I don't know if I have the tab right. Oh, here it is. Now, by the same team, we have Tenero. And so we got Sports Fund, Stacks, and Spark, and more coming. So there's going to be a lot. And this is coming from the STX Tools team. Huge shout out to STX Tools, to Rubes and the gang over there. But Tenero.io is the new place to go to do your research on tokens in the Bitcoin ecosystem, including Stacks, Spark, Sports Fund, and more to come on Tenero.io. We're digging it. We're digging it over here. Let's take a look at the news. What's going on in the news today? Trump's crypto policies could reshape the U.S. market. Trump recent reporting outlines how a second Trump administration could significantly reshape the U.S. crypto landscape. Proposals, we are in a second Trump administration. Proposals tied to Trump-aligned advisors emphasize reduced regulatory hostility. That's great. Clearer rules for digital assets. That's great. The positioning the U.S. as a global crypto hub. That is also great. This could include softer enforcement-driven regulation, support for Bitcoin mining, and clearer paths for stablecoins and exchanges to operate domestically. Yes, yes, and yes. While details remain early, the narrative shift alone has already influenced market sentiment, signaling how political leadership can materially affect capital flows, innovation location, and regulatory risk across crypto markets. To be honest with you, with all of this tailwind into the ecosystem, I know there's macro conditions, and that is really what dictates everything, but I don't see how we can keep having this this bear sentiment since we never really had a blow off top. I don't think that this can be sustained. I don't think there's enough sell pressure. I think there's too many people that are still waiting. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. What do we got next? Indian MP pushes tokenization bill to expand middle-class investment access. This is an interesting one. I'm not sure how it's supposed to function, but an Indian member of parliament has introduced a proposal aimed at using asset tokenization to democratize investment access for India's growing middle class. The bill explores tokenizing real-world assets like real estate, bonds, and commodities to lower entry barriers and improve liquidity. If advanced, it would mark a notable shift in India's approach to digital assets, not as speculative tools, but as financial infrastructure. The proposal highlights how governments are increasingly viewing blockchain as a mechanism for inclusion and capital efficiency, even in regions that have historically taken a cautious stance toward crypto. Very interesting. I do like it. I think accessibility is very important. One of the biggest things holding our society back is the lack of inclusion at the middle and lower class levels. Too many barriers to entry. And so that there's an eye towards that is encouraging to me. I am all for more inclusion and access, as long as it's all done based on, predicated on the voluntary access or a consensual engagement. Solana launches post-quantum testnet. We were actually just playing our segment from a couple weeks ago with Dano Ferrin about quantum resistance. Huge shout out to Dano and his work on making sure that we are ready for this. But Solana has announced a testnet designed to experiment with post-quantum cryptography, positioning the network to address future threats from quantum computing. While quantum computers capable of breaking current cryptographic standards do not yet exist at scale, and they're a long way off, at least a couple of years, and probably more like a decade, in the decade range or so. But it's not, it is going to happen. It's not an if. Solana's move reflects growing industry awareness that migration timelines matter. Testing quantum-resistant signatures early allows protocols to evaluate trade-offs in performance, cost, and usability. The initiative underscores a broader shift toward proactive security planning as blockchains begin preparing for risks that could emerge years before they become immediately exploitable. Huge shout out to the Solana ecosystem and the people behind this. I am still more interested in some other chains. However, as we get further away from the FTX fiasco, which really soured me on Solana because they were so intimately tied to the growth of the Solana blockchain early on, and maybe get a little bit more developer influence on what's being developed there. It's still too much VC for my liking, but I do like that these type of technological advances are developing over on Solana. That does intrigue me. Aave founder outlines master plan as SEC ends probe. Following confirmation that the SEC has ended its probe into Aave founder Stani Kulachov, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Stani Kulachov, outlined a broader strategic master plan for the protocol amid rising DAO governance tensions. The plan addresses protocol consolidation, operational clarity, and long-term sustainability as Aave continues to scale across chains and products. The end of regulatory uncertainty provides breathing room, but internal DAO debates highlight the growing complexity of decentralized governance at scale. The situation illustrates how regulatory clarity does not eliminate challenges, it simply shifts focus back to execution, alignment, and long-term protocol strategy. And our last story, and I feel like I'm in molasses today, but I'm not behind, so I think we're okay. Poly market retention data reveals how users engage with prediction markets. This is an interesting one, actually. New data examining Poly markets user retention sheds light on how prediction markets perform beyond headline-grabbing events. While engagement spikes around major political and cultural moments, retention data suggests many users are episodic rather than long-term participants. This raises broader questions about whether prediction markets can sustain daily activity or if they function best as event-driven platforms. The findings offer valuable insight into product market fit on-chain applications, emphasizing that real adoption depends not just on volume, but on consistent user behavior over time. And that is definitely interesting. Polymarket does seem to have, it's different than DeFi. It's more engaging than DeFi probably, and it probably does draw some more people in on a consistent, regular basis. But it's still not. It's not repeat transactional like some of the other things that I think we need in the space, where we're going to onboard your mom. Just use Bitflow DeFi without giving up custody or leaving the Bitcoin ecosystem. You can swap assets, earn yield, and with single-sided liquidity, and put BTC to work. Also, they have their new HODLMM dynamic concentrated liquidity market maker in beta 2 testing. It's live on mainnet, but in beta testing with test tokens. I love it. I've played around with it a lot. Gave a boot camp on it last week, and huge fan. It's going to really decrease the slippage on swaps and slippage on providing LP for the Stacks ecosystem, which is very, very Bitcoin centric and DeFi oriented. We're psyched about that. I have so much on the schedule today. It's insane. Great whatever morning space with Binta. If you're not checking it out, do. It's the only way to get your vibes right every day at 8 a.m. Monday through Friday. We do this show with the news starting at 8:30. At 9, we bring on our guests and panel. We have packed full of guests. We got Kenny from Truth Chain and the team coming on at 9, and also Adam Bitcoin is waiting to come join us as well. Been too long since we got a chance to chat with Adam. Going to bring him on shortly with the gang. And at 11 is the Zest Town Hall. That's with a space on X with GP and the gang from Zest. Also, I forgot to add on here at 10 a.m. is the Bitcoin Capital Markets segment with the Stacks community. We also have special guests Mark K, Killer Mark, my buddy, from Pepe, Bitcoin Pepe and Data Ing, coming to talk to us about his project. Zest Protocol Screen Share with GP at 1. Also, Leo Art Space. We have it on our schedule as 1 o'clock, but I think that might be earlier today. Double check the Leo Coin Art account on X to confirm. At 2 p.m., we have Jeff from Based Dollar coming on to talk to us about that project that's launching on Stacks. Very interested in hearing more about that. And we have 3 p.m. Building on Bitcoin with the Bitflow crew. Always a great space midweek. It's a great way to keep tabs on what's going on in the ecosystem and what's new at Bitflow. And then we have Rafa coming on to talk about FactFun, his Bitcoin to SBTC and Capsule project, bridging runes into Stacks. That's right. You can actually bring your runes into Stacks with a really interesting liquidity model, and then also gives you programmability to your runes on the L2 on stacks, but your runes still very secure, very interesting. Can't wait to talk to Rafa about that. And then at 5:30 we have all things crypto with Dave, Cool, Landy, Nat, and the gang. It is a great way to catch up on all things crypto, and they're on Monday through Thursday, so 4 times a week you can catch up with them. Lots going on. No excuse for you guys to not know what's going on in the ecosystem. There's lots of ways to keep tabs. And with that, I think we are done with the news, and we're going to bring on the homies. The whole gang's here. GP, what's up, my brother? How you doing today?
Good morning, Peace. Good morning. Busy day today. Let's get it cranking.
Let's get it. Let's get it. We got 300 in the house, looking slick with the shades. What's up, my man? How you doing today?
Jim. Hope you're well and good. GPMPs and the DeOrganized people watching. And yeah, these shades, there's a light that's hitting me. So yeah, sometimes it cooks my
I know the feeling.
my eyes, as you
We
can
actually
see.
did. It was a couple episodes. Oh, we got Jesus in the house. Good morning, Jesus. We, by the way, GP, thank you for manifesting tacos for dinner for me last night. We did have tacos on Taco Tuesday, homemade tacos, and they were amazing. Shout out to Mrs. Peace Love. She did an excellent job.
Have you ever had Peking duck?
I have not, actually. I've only heard of it. Let me bring on Adam. Adam's been waiting. Adam Bitcoin in the house. Are you with us, Adam?
I am. Do you hear me?
Adam.
We can hear you. We can't see you, but that's okay.
Yeah, you know what? Hold on. I think, I might go back to my phone because I'm testing a new camera I've never used and it just like went off suddenly. I don't know why.
Whatever works, man. We're easy here.
All right. Yo, let me come right back. I'm going to put it on my phone. My phone was freezing for a second, so I didn't want to.
Do it up, man. No worries. We'll be here.
All right.
We also got Kenny in the house from Truth Chain. Kenny, are you with us, man?
Jim.
Wagwan, bad man. How we doing, Kenny? Might be having some technical difficulties for a moment. Maybe getting connected, getting set up. Kenny is a top Chad and developer.
Technical Wednesday. Oh, Kenny, what up?
What a stud. Let's go.
Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
I'm good. How you doing too?
Excellent, man. Excellent.
So good, Brody. Good to have you here, bro.
Kenny's been working on a Truth Chain project for a while, by the way. It's he actually got through his first milestone in D grants last week or the week before. So he submitted his first milestone. He's been cranking on this though for a while. We've known about this. He actually came and talked to us about this a few months back. Kenny, how's it going with Truth Chain? Oh.
I mean, going with Truth Chain, Truth Chain is going very well. It has not been easy building, but like we learned from every challenges, and I mean, it's going well so far.
We got Emmanuel here too with us from the Truth Chain gang. The Truth Chain gang. I like that.
I like that. Truth Chain gang. Let's go.
Good morning, guys.
Let's go.
Guys.
So, Kenny, tell us, what is the purpose behind Truth Chain?
Okay, so firstly, Truth Chain is a project that started from doing the Bitcoin hackathon, and while it started doing the Bitcoin hackathon, a content verification system built on the Stacks blockchain, whereby you just have to verify your content. So the main idea was to make sure content creators have ownership over their content. So that's like the main idea behind Truth Chain. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but there's a little bit of microphone noise. Like it's a little I'm not sure if it's like a connected, like the wire issue. or if there's. I don't think there's wind. Are you? You're not near a fan. I'm assuming.
Rubbing off something. Mike is rubbing off something.
Cyborg in the house.
Oh, the house is packed, y'all.
Let's go.
The house is packed. Cyborg jumping in as well.
Good
Yo,
morning.
so you hear me and see me now, right?
Yes, sir. Loud
Yeah.
and
All
clear.
right, cool.
Well, we can't see you anymore now. You disappeared.
Hold on, I'm making a post about the space. That's probably why. Give me a
All
second.
right.
Let's
All
go,
right.
dude.
Oh,
Cool.
awesome.
Adam always out here grinding.
Can
Let's
you
go.
see me now,
Adam.
please? Can you hear me
Yeah,
clearly now?
it's a little bit better. It's still here.
There is definitely something like rubbing on the mic. I don't know, like it's a little bit like I don't know if you can hear that. But it kind of sounds like you're rubbing on the mic. Oh, actually, I think it was because you muted. All right.
Okay, we'll get situated. We always go playing in the air, right?
What might work? And we came up with this idea not too long ago, but it might work if we maybe jump into a Google Meet and then screen share the Google Meet. That might actually help. It might be a little bit more stable that way. Let's see. All right. Let me
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
let's do it, man. Let's do it. All right, let's start over again. Kenny from Truth Chain, our brother, he's been cranking on this project for a while. I'm super excited about it because it's designed for content creators and it's very forward looking to when you might need to prove that your content originated with you. So Kenny, why don't you tell us a little bit more about what Truth Chain does?
Okay, so can you hear me? My partner is on backstage, which is Henry. Can you move him from the backstage?
I can hear you. There is a little bit of noise, but we can hear you talking.
Bro, turn your fan off.
The networking here is not really that good. Can I join through Google Meet instead?
Yeah, we'll do a Google Meet. Let me set it up. I'll share the link in here. Hold on a second. We'll all jump into a Google Meet, and I'll screen share it that way.
Okay. All right.
Yo, I'm happy to be back. What's up?
What's up? Yeah,
I woke up way too early for you, man. You're a late riser. What's going on?
Bro, we started the stream at you were right there, right when I started the stream too. So just to kind of clue Adam in, because it's been a little while, we stream all day now, man. So we start at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, and we go all day until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night, at least. Sometimes longer if we need to, if there's demand. Let me. So I just dropped what we're gonna do is so we can get the Truth Chain guys on, because I really want to give them an opportunity to tell us about their project. It's really cool. I just shared the Google Meets in the chat. Let's try to jump into there. I got Kenny on. Kenny, I'm gonna DM you on X with the link. You can share it out to the team. All right, I just created a new Google Meet link. So we got a new Google Meet. You guys jump on in. I'm gonna actually share this on the screen. And then I'm gonna take myself off the screen. We'll shrink these down. We're gonna do it. We do it live. No matter how it goes, we'll make it work. And that's just how it is. All right, so I'm just waiting for these guys to jump into the meet. The meet is open. We'll see how it goes. You guys can hear me okay, right?
Yes.
All right. So Adam, what have you been up to, man? I see. It's good having you back in the ecosystem. You were away for a little while. I know you had some stuff going on.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you know what? I'll say, I started to think about how I could get my X going, fight the algo, fight the suppression, all this stuff, and it was working. And then, dude, I was sitting on a bus. I'm like all chill, waiting to my destination on my phone. Like I think I was in a space. All of a sudden, boom, my phone's gone. I'm like, yo, what the, And I'm looking around, like I thought the bus had like an accident or something. And I look behind me, and I see a white T-shirt and a smile in the window. Some dude jumped through the window, snatched my phone out of my hand, and I was just like, damn, I couldn't do nothing. So, after that happened, I was just like, I got a phone in like 3 days, a new phone in 3 days, but I couldn't get my number back. I had to like jump through some hoops to get my number back. And I actually just was like, you know what? I'm just going to not use my phone for a little while and like think about things. And I had no phone for like a month, literally. I had a phone, I bought it, I just didn't use it for like a month.
Hello,
And,
good afternoon.
good afternoon, sir. Now and then I just came back, whatever. Now I'm back on schedule. I fixed up my room, I got the studio so I could come live with you guys, and now I'm ready.
Okay, so
dig it.
I
Henry. Sorry, I'm multitasking here a little bit. So we have you live. We're in the live studio.
okay,
here.
that's great.
And you're with you're with the Truth Chain team.
Yeah.
I like your
I'm
art.
Henry, co-founder of True Chain. And
nice to meet you. We talked once before, I think. Did we talk once before?
Yes, we had a meeting.
That's right.
Yeah, we had a meeting a few weeks ago.
That's right.
Where we discussed the process of what we were working on with you, and I did ask for like some advice from you on how to navigate
Did I give you
business end of certain things, and you were helpful.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You were very helpful.
Very nice. Very nice. So, for the people that don't know, can you tell us what are you guys building on at Truth Chain?
Okay, so we started True Chain in January this year. What seemed like a decent idea for a cartoon project, which the vision initially was content provenance generally. And when you speak of content provenance, that's a very, very, very vague pool, because there are a lot of things that are inside content provenance. There are a lot of factors and utilities in it. So we built the web application, which earned us a winning position in the Stacks Build Battle earlier this year, and that was a very good experience for us. And that just opened the possibilities of the potential of this idea for us. So we were guided by some of the holders in Stacks blockchain, and they gave us advice on how to navigate a lot of things. So we were able to develop the current use case, which is our version 2, which we have been working on for the past few months. So I'll be focusing more on our version 2, which is the current use case we are using, because primarily what we are doing has a lot in it. So I don't think speaking generally around it we would have enough time to do that. So me just navigating the whole conversation to our use case to help you and everyone watching understand what we have to offer and the potential of what we are doing, which is very magnanimous for the Stacks blockchain and generally for any blockchain. So our use case is content provenance on platforms such as Twitter, now known as X. So I will share my screen to give you a demonstration of that, and I would also give you a brief explanation of that. So first of all, let me give you. There's a pattern on the internet. There's a pattern on social media platforms whereby people know the major holders of different blockchains. People know the voices that can be decisive in the market. So people know that when these voices make a certain move, this move affects certain things in the market. So for example, now Steven here is a big holder in Stacks, and if Steven says, okay, I'm launching this on Stacks blockchain, I'm launching this, and this would yield a very huge amount of users coming in, spending in a very huge amount of STX. Now, for those in the Stacks blockchain, you see this as an opportunity, and you know that okay, this would have a positive effect on Stacks blockchain. Now you would be tempted to invest. But what happens when Steven's Twitter account gets hacked and someone now pretends to be Steven, and the person now makes a tweet making strong declarations that could affect the price of set would verify, oh, was this really coming from Steven? People would always react, and the reaction would be a market fall, people pulling out their funds, or people doing things that they did not plan to do. Now, this is where scammers and those who impersonate people, this is where they thrive. They create a frenzy of a false chaos where people now want to do things. So what we are doing is we are working with BNS, that's the regular naming Bitcoin naming system, to give identity to every wallet you see. So now it means that Steven here comes online to Twitter, and if Steven says, okay, I am pulling all my resources out of Stacks, for example. Now, if Steven says that, and Steven, everyone knows that, okay, TrueChain is the platform where you have to upload or verify your content to be sure that this content is coming from a wallet address that Steven authorizes. So now we are attaching an identity to a wallet which you authorize and attaching that wallet to your account. So this is very safe in the sense that the only thing we are just picking the wallet address and the BNS name attached to the wallet. So on every tweet, if you authorize that tweet to go out, whoever sees the tweet would see that Steven has authorized this tweet, signing the contract on his wallet to show that this tweet comes from him. So what happens when Steven's phone goes missing? Whoever holds Steven's phone doesn't have access to his wallet. Whoever has Steven's laptop doesn't have access to his wallet. So even if you make a tweet that says, oh, Steven is doing this, because it is not authenticated, because it is not authorized by TrueChain, everyone around the world can see that, okay, this is a content that you shouldn't trust because Steven hasn't authorized it from his wallet. So I don't know if, because this is just a very short use case which we are working on. Do you just know if you follow up and if everyone follows up? Do you Steven, do you understand?
Yeah, so let me just reiterate. So I am a content creator. I'm constantly putting out content. We actually have a panel of a bunch of content creators, including GP, 300, Adam Bitcoin's with us. He puts out a lot of content. So I do see where this would be very valuable for especially content creators to make sure that we can actually put a validation layer on the content we're creating on our accounts so that people can trust, even if it's not like there's a lot of spoof accounts too in social media. So if it's a way to make sure that you're following the authorized account, that the content originated from that account. And so what I don't quite know, or the questions I have on that would be, where do I, like, the friction point that I'm seeing right now, that a potential friction point does it require me to be proactive on every piece of content I put out, or is it directly tied to my accounts? As long as I have it set up on my account, then it will actually validate everything that comes out on that account.
Okay, so at the moment we are not focused on a proactive approach because we want to give users the feel of control. We want users to know that you can make a tweet joking about something and you don't have to authorize it. Now, if you make a tweet saying like there isn't a strong reason.
We lost you for 1 second.
There isn't a strong
we lost you for about 5 seconds. So you were saying if you make a tweet, and we lost you for a second. So
okay, sorry about that. So I said we are making room for users to actually to be more choosy and decide how they want it for now, because we understand that not all contents put out are very important content. For some of us, we like to use our Twitter account, our X account, for very jokeful and personal content, like talking about what you had for breakfast. So now, if you're talking about what you had for breakfast,
you don't need to verify.
there's
That doesn't need to take up chain space or time or
exactly
resources.
So if you're making business related tweets, if you're making tweets that you know that okay, this informs the decision of people in that space, then you have the option of authenticating or authorizing this tweet, so that uploading it on the blockchain, so that whoever sees it, whoever has the true chain version 2 extension, sees this and says, okay, this person uploaded this tweet to show me that he is the actual person saying this, so I can trust this information. So basically, we are creating a web of secured information in a world whereby misinformation is everywhere. So if you know that if you see an account from maybe Trump saying, oh, this is going to happen, you are sure that, okay, this is not just somebody pretending to be, this is not just a fake account. You are sure that this tweet was created by the person, and the person intentionally authorized, uploaded this to the blockchain. So you can trust that content perfectly.
I like it, man. I really think it's great. And now that you put it in the perspective of like,
do you have any question or should I go on?
Well, so where I'm looking at it is, you can hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
So it sounded stressful and tedious thinking that I needed to apply it to every post, but it actually makes more sense now that I look at it. Like it's the valuable posts, maybe the ones that are a little bit more provocative and or putting out like a little bit more high level information or high opinion information, maybe like there's different reasons for using it. You don't need to actually put a verification on every post, but you can put verifications on. If there's no verification there, then it's suspect, right? If once we start getting this to become more common, so if you have something that you're putting out there and people are questioning it, you can then actually reactively go and verify it as yours. I like it. Let me I know you guys can't hear the guys in the live stream, but I want to ask you guys in the live stream, do you guys have any questions about this? Do you guys understand the use case? What do you think about it? GP, Adam?
Oh, I didn't even know you're talking to me. Sorry about that. GP, you want to go?
No, go ahead, Adam. How about it, Bubba?
Yo, how's it going, bro? Hope you're doing well.
Doing good, bud.
No, I was okay. I'm like a little confused. I do have questions. I like the name. It's really nice. I could see. I guess you guys are saying you're trying to like verify real accounts, fake accounts, something like this. Like now, this is just a blockchain verification. Like, is there like some coin attached to this? But like, how does this work? I guess you need to you're connecting thing or something, and this is through. I really, honestly, I don't really understand what you guys are trying to do. Like the price you're trying to sell fake accounts or something like that. But I'm kind of do.
So, did you guys catch his question? I can repeat it. He's asking one.
Can you please repeat it?
I speak way too fast. I'll speak. You want me? No,
No, I don't even know if they actually. You know what? Let me actually try this.
You go. Let me make my coffee.
All right. Let me actually do this though. I'm gonna actually share. This is actually probably the full circle here. So what Adam, you guys can actually see the live stream now, right? This is actually the Restream studio. This is the backstage for Restream in the main production screen. But I think this is a way we can actually get the audio from these guys in there. So what Adam's a little confused as to the use case, and now Adam is a little bit less. He's crypto native. He's not a Stacks chain guy, but he is a content creator. He's like a KOL. He hosts spaces and puts out content a lot, and so he's still a little unclear as how he would use this. And he asked if there was a token involved, which I don't believe you guys are looking at putting out a token. It seems like you guys are building on stacks right now, stacks and Bitcoin. I don't want to speak for you. Is there an expectation that you guys would put a token out for this, or is it really just more about there's a fee for putting, there's a transaction that's involved, there's a small fee that's involved in, probably paid in stacks or SBTC, I'm imagining, on your platform. And so the purpose is to just have an on-chain verifiable, connected to your social, connected to your wallet. So 2 points of joinder, 2 points of information that makes it more secure that this is actually your content. Sorry, that was probably
okay. So,
that might have been confusing the way I proposed it, but
I understand. Yeah, I understand. So let me start by responding to Adam, saying first, Adam, we promise you that we would be bringing TrueChain to whatever blockchain you are based in. We would be bringing TrueChain there, and to answer the other questions now for clarity. So as a content creator, it's very vital for you because information, you create avenues for people to take in information properly. You create avenues for people to deal with information and make things happen. So you are the middleman between a product being built and the end users. So for you now, it's important to know that while you genuinely do the content creation, there are accounts out there that are like AI, that are like bots. There are bot accounts there. There are people who have negative plans, who they plan to scam, they plan to reveal misleading information, or there are people who, coming into the blockchain newly, they would have a lot of questions about believing what you say based off the fact that they are not familiar with how the blockchain works. So now what we are creating here is a system whereby you can trust the information because you can see that the person giving out this information, one, has a Bitcoin name service in the context of stacks. Now, in the context of other blockchains, there will definitely be a naming service we will integrate into that. But you can see that whoever is giving this content, whoever is creating this content, is creating it with his identity attached to a wallet. And you may want to think of the fact that, okay, what if you have two wallets? You, as a user, you can have multiple wallets. But here's the most important thing about having a wallet. For each wallet that you have a naming service attached to it, it is important for your own personal brand or what you do to know that, okay, this wallet has my name. So if you put out the content with, may say your name is Adam, and you put out the content as Adam, and people check out the content and it is not true, whenever a content is put out with Adam again, you won't have people believing the information you're giving out. You won't have people acting on the information you're giving out. So when users see that, okay, there is a naming service that attaches and trust whatever you are creating more, because they know that you are not a bot and you are not trying to mislead them, because you have a naming identity on X which has a brand attached to you, which means that you would suffer consequences to misinformation by yourself, not just going, maybe deleting the account and creating a new account. So that's the idea. And for most part of it, if people do not trust your personal... Sorry?
Say that again, Adam?
No, sorry, I want to ask you a question. I think my service is like buggy because I'm hearing feedback. You're going in and out. You're going in and out and stuff.
Oh, you're hearing feedback on what he's saying?
No,
it might be
because
it's
echoing.
It's echoing probably because let me actually...
Did he go out for a second, or was that my...
He did go out. He went out for a brief second too.
Myself.
Right. Well, hold on. Okay, so let me.
No, I think he actually went out for a second. Yeah, I think he actually went out for a second, but yeah, I think he's back.
All right, you hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Good, the echo's gone. Okay, good, the echo's gone. Oh, no, okay, the echo's gone. It's still there.
Still there?
Okay. Yeah, it is. It went away for a second, and now it's still there.
Let me mute myself in the studio. That might actually help.
Yeah, I still hear it.
I'm still here.
So anyway, okay. So my question is this: what confirms the truth or not? Because there might be some people that are trying to fudge you, that lie, say you're this, say you're that. You know, maybe some people. Like for an example, I coins after 2 days or whatever. And then the guys are saying, "Oh, you're a rugger, but the blockchain can confirm everything. I can share all my wallets, and share all my wallets, and everyone can see that I didn't do anything malicious." So what if some people start coming and saying, "Oh, this guy's a scammer, this guy this and that," but it's all lies. It's just because people think these things. So how is it confirmed or not?
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so Adam, I like your question, and I would say this first of all, as content creators or anyone in the blockchain, now when you come in, you have this phase where you build your brand, and now when you come in with a decent or a good mindset, you build your brand on decency. So now it's very normal to have people question your brand. But here's the thing: now when you use Restream, now your content has a badge. The badge contains your Bitcoin name service name, showing that okay, Adam, this content has Adam's actual BNS name identity attached to it. Now, why I reference you building your brand is because of this. At the end of the day, social media is a very, very it's a very, very big space where we are all here building our personal brands. Now, and we have to build trust to the point whereby people now trust us. Then you can now go ahead to listen to whatever we have to say. So now, the phase of building trust still depends on the individual. Like you have built your brand now, everyone knows Adam, right? Now, but the problem now is where people would question your brand is if you start to give misinformation, and we are here to counter that, because when you have when you integrate truth chain into your X profile and every content you dish out is authorized, for some reason, whoever comes to accuse Adam of misinformation, the person just needs to visit your account and see that all your posts have been authorized. There's a name to it. These are things coming from your person yourself. So it isn't from someone else. And if someone creates a similar account, the person cannot get the same BNS name as you. So automatically, you might find adam.btc, then you might find adamwatson.btc, but everyone that knows you .btc is you. So if anyone deals with adamswatson.btc, clearly, it's the case of someone using a similar name, just like in every other platform where you have people trying to mislead. But the badge for every tweet that you have, the badge for every tweet that you make would be displayed on beside the content, showing users that.
So the goal of truth chain is not to necessarily the information that is put out to confirm that the person is the real actual person that you're interacting with.
Exactly. I mentioned at the start of this session that for now, the use case we are dealing with, because we've experienced lots of people come out to complain about misinformation from accounts that are not authenticated. So the use case we are dealing with is dealing with the person passing out the information. Now, we have other use cases for certification. We have other use cases for authenticating the information itself. So now for all those ones, those are things that we have planned for our version 3. But for now, we have our version 2, which we are 80% done with, and we're about to go live in the next couple of months.
Looks like we lost that. So I think the doubling is coming. Definitely sharing the Google Meet. Also hearing doubling music. And now we can use the video.
Hear me? Can you hear me, GP?
Coming through loud and clear.
Okay, so I think the way to do this next time, and we'll solve this offline. The next time we have to use the meets, we should all jump into the meet and we'll just stream that screen, and that way we can have everybody in the meet. And there we go. So we've got GP join. Yeah, why don't you guys join the meet, and we'll just all converse in here.
Oh.
All right, so let me actually do this. We're gonna let Adam in, and then just tell him. I think I have the meet link. So Hannah and Adam, use the meet link. Use the meeting link in the. I just dropped the meeting link in the private chat, Adam. Drop into the Google Meet, and we'll just screen screen share that, and then that should solve the audio problem. I'll DM you.
Did this thing just fail, or was it my phone only, or something?
No, I think there's a general issue with trying to have the conversation between the two platforms at the same time.
Okay. All right, let me check it out.
All right. So I'm just going to drop everybody off there. You guys can jump into the meet. I'll stop sharing in here. And then you guys can hear me okay? In the meet? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you, Steven.
All right, perfect. So we got you guys. You guys are good. We got the whole thing's just in the meet now, and I think that'll solve the issue. GP, you're in. You're in the meet, GP. Says you say you're out, but I see you in. And Hannah?
Yep.
GM. Oh, there you are. All right. So, I need to have my. So what'll happen here is, because I'm screen sharing, if I don't have my audio on in the Restream, it will actually not copy my audio like it does with the Discord, GP, when you're trying to screen share. So just if you need to, if it's distracting, just mute the tab for Restream so you're not hearing the echo.
I think that may have done it.
Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah, I've muted the tab.
It was local the whole time.
It was because I'm in both, and I was sharing both on both things. So, to the truth chain guys, I apologize. We're still trying to figure out the best way to do this when we have stability issues. But I think moving forward, we kind of understand now. Maybe even when we have a larger panel, it just makes sense to do Google Meet with a screen share. But we're here. I think we're all good. Adam's here as well, I think. Or somebody was asking. There he is. All right. So we got the whole crew's in. Everybody's in.
Let's go.
The echo's gone. We're live on DeOrganized.
Yes, sir.
and
Be back.
we can have a little bit more of a we can get a little bit more conversational here. And I appreciate you guys all being patient with the. We're just still trying to figure out how to do all this stuff, you know.
Top chat.
So, but all right. So the conversation just now was basically just establishing that you can use Truth Chain to make sure that your posts, your content are verifiably yours and don't belong to somebody else, and that somebody trying to spoof you and put out content in your name will show up as invalid by way of it not being validated on Truth Chain. Truth Chain right now is being built on stacks for Bitcoin, but is long-term expected to be multi-chain to serve people across the crypto ecosystem. Is that about right so far?
Yeah, that's about right.
All right.
Yes, you're correct.
So, Adam, does that? Do you got a handle on it now? I know there was a lot of like breakup.
I got another question. You know, truth check. How am I looking? I look good, or what's going
Sexy,
on right now?
man, sexy.
Leads.
All right. No, yeah, I understand now. Thank you. So this is a blockchain where you're gonna have to pay some sort of little fee to confirm this, or like something like that. Like how, like, you know, I have a question. You know, could there be a problem with X itself or something like that? Like, you know, like I don't know the words, but like copyright or something like that, you know, like using your app with their app or something?
That's a good question.
Okay, so I like your questions again. I like your questions. I think this is a very technical question. I'm a technical person, so I like your questions. So now, what we were able to do is first, the version 2 has. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, so the version 2 has the version 2 is an extension, a web extension. Now we have a version 3 which will be going to mobile devices, but for now the version 2 is a web extension. So now what we have been able to do with the version 2 is I have been in contact with Leather, someone from Leather team on Twitter here, and I did my research. So we were able to inject Leather APIs directly to the page script. Technically, that's what extensions do, and it is very, very legal. It is not wrong. It does not leave your information open to threat, because the only thing we do is now we inject the Leather APIs to our own platform, thereby connecting with the Leather wallet extension. That's an extension to extension connection. Now, then after that, we inject buttons to Twitter. So basically, we don't give information. We only just inject components we want you to see. Now, when you press the button or when you trigger anything there, you are not giving any information. Any significant information you would have to give out comes with the usual Leather wallet, which is secure. So you are sure that okay, it's secure. Now, for the aspect of communicating with Twitter,
He fell off, right?
Yeah, he's frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know what? I think you told me something today. No, he's back. Go.
Okay, so I don't know where I stopped, but let me just. So we inject Leather APIs directly to connect. That's from our extension to have an extension to extension connection. That's from our extension to Leather extension. We are not dealing with your data. All we do is just what Leather gives us. So we are still building on Leather security. So there's no risk. Then now for Twitter, what we do is we inject buttons into the content scripts. Now, the content scripts into the content script, like what you see. So it's like we scrape and we inject buttons. Now, when you interact with these buttons, you give us instructions to our own platform saying, okay, take the ID of this content, take my user ID and hash it and take it to your database on the blockchain, and it is safe there. So we have no issues with Twitter for this one because we are using a web extension, and that is a strong feature for web extension, being able to interact with websites and web applications on Chrome or other devices like that. So what happens is, for what you see basically is just content of that button gives us responses that we pick the response by scraping Twitter, which is very, very legal. There's this CSP policy, which it is well compliant with. All we have to do is just include x.com in our manifest file to show them that, okay, we are giving our extension license, and Twitter allows that. So I would also like to take you guys on a flow to see, okay, what we have done so far. So far, we have been able to register tweet on the blockchain. So register content on the blockchain. So I will just take you guys through, if you don't mind, through my own Twitter account, my own X account, where I would register some content, and you will see the content on the Explorer. Is that okay?
Yes, please do.
And I don't know if I answered your question. Okay, so
yeah,
I'll share my screen
real
here.
quick. I do have one thing that another thing that I'm confused about, just real quick. Okay, so this is a blockchain, but you are built on stacks. I'm confused about exactly like because I thought stacks was a token. So how is this, like, I thought a blockchain was like basically a layer 1. So I'm a little confused about that.
Stacks is a blockchain layer 2 on.
Yeah.
Go on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Okay, so like you said, Stacks is a layer 2 blockchain where it has its own currency, that's XTX, that everyone knows. So now the Stacks blockchain, it's a whole ecosystem that allows developers to do a lot of things. That's why we started leveraging this. Now, having seen that, okay, we can do this on Stacks, we believe that this can be replicated on other blockchains. So when I say Stacks in context of a developer, I mean the fact that, like, there's a whole Clarity language for Stacks blockchain, which I write. A smart contract was written, which carries out the instructions of taking out tweet content, hashing it, and communicating with the Ledger wallets, with the contracts to sign and hash your content and keep it safe.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let me share my screen. And
yes, absolutely, please do. You should be. I don't know if I have. Let me actually just double see.
Yeah, I'm able to share.
Okay, cool.
So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So I will try to be very explanatory here. So now you've heard me say things like V2 version 2. Now this is because this is our version 1. We built the web application to generally authenticate or give general content provenance across the blockchain for different content. So now the version 2 is where I will be taking you to. I'm just showing you what we had before and how from this we derived the extension. So this is the dashboard general. So now let me show you the extension here.
Froze for a second.
Sorry?
You froze for 1 second. You froze for a minute. Like,
oh, sorry.
A couple seconds.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I still.
Can you guys see my screen?
I
please?
still see the dashboard.
So you can see the extension. Yeah, so you can see the extension. You can see this is true chain content provenance. This is just what we have now, and this is see to actually register content. This is everything. So let me just take you through the use case. Can you see my screen, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so. We're looking at the dashboard overview.
Can you see the extension?
No, we see like it looks like a GUI or something like that, or UI.
Okay,
like
okay, hold on. Let me try this again. Let me stop sharing. Which is where we are in development. So I want to show you the extension in my local system. So now, because I share just one screen, I'm guessing you guys are not seeing the extension. So I want you to see the extension.
Yeah.
You can
when
actually
you share, click entire screen instead of just a specific.
Yeah,
tab.
that's okay. So this should work now. Okay, so you can you see the extension now?
Yeah.
So as you can see, this is TrueChain. This is our V2. This dashboard here is the V1. Now we have also connected the V2 and the V1, and I'll show you how. So now when you come here now, you come to your Twitter accounts. This is my Twitter accounts. So let me just take you through to my profile, and you see. So this is my Twitter account, and you can see now, because I have been using these things, I have been using this to register contents, basically testing during development for myself and my team. You can see these are tweets I have made. So I'm going to have a refresh here to show you everything functioning as I have developed.
So does this have a similar function like BoostX, where it's a browser extension, and I have to have the browser extension
exactly
to get the overlay?
Yes, it has a similar function as that, like you just said, except we, as you know, are having different different setup and goals to achieve, but it has its similar setup as BoostX, which is integrating an extension into a browser. So I'm going to connect the wallet. As you can see, when I click on connect wallet, what this does is this searches my browser for my wallet, and it shows you this is my Ledger wallet, as you can see, and it shows you my Ledger wallet address. And just to confirm that this is it, now you confirm this. Now when you confirm this, it's so I think I have a network issue here. Hold on, my network is lagging. Can you guys? Okay, sorry, my network is lagging.
Fine, it's fine. It looks good.
So this is confirming this. Okay, so once you confirm this, you see the interface changes. Now, as you can see, this shows you, okay, wallet connected. It shows you the BNS name. So we are able to work with, we're able to integrate this with BNS. BNS is a Bitcoin name service where I'm sure some of you are familiar with that. So when you have a BNS name to a wallet, we interact with not just the wallet address, but the BNS name attached to the wallet. So we pull that out with the stacks address. So you can see, here is me, Henry, and this is my BNS name, henryino.btc. You can see this now. So this gives you a profile on TrueChain. You don't have to start creating a profile for yourself or doing anything. This solves that for you in one step. You don't have to create a name, make a password. No, this solves that for you in one step using the same BNS name you created yourself on our platform. So now when this is done, now you now come here. As you can see now, these are my tweets. So I'm just going to register this. So I'm going to click on register here, and you see what happens. Okay, it shows me I already registered this. So this is just a way we handle errors so that you don't register content repeatedly. So this shows you can see now this is a contract to sign to register this content. You can see, right? So this is basically with working with Ledger extension to sign a smart contract that works with Ledger extension to sign that, okay, I want to register this content on TrueChain using the wallet I have connected with. And when this is approved, you can see now it approves it. Now it gives you a link, and I'll click on the link. The link takes you all the way just to verify and shows you that this content you just registered is on the Stacks blockchain directly. So you don't have to worry about when I register it, how do I confirm it? Is it really there? They will give you a link to confirm each content. So maybe you are rushing, or you're in a rush, or you're doing something and you just want to quickly do it. This gives you speed. You don't have to worry about, you get to register a content and you see it on the Explorer right away. So I'll be taking you back to I'll be taking you back here. So normally now this is our dashboard where when you have content, when you register content, the content starts to show here. But there's something I want to show you, which we worked on particularly because we understand that everyone in the crypto space is very particular about seamless experience. So now when you register a content, or when you come here, you have access to the web application. So when you click on this, it takes you all the way to TrueChain dashboard using the same authentication you use for your extension straight to your web app. That means that when you use the extension, you don't even have to worry about trying to go and log in or connect your wallet again. You don't get to connect your wallet twice. on our platform. You do it once, and it is passed across all our platforms. And we plan to develop other platforms in the future. Platforms like we plan to develop platforms like certification, authentication, and the likes in the future. Yeah, a lot of things we have in mind. So, authenticate, or you authenticate once, and it goes across. It's not just a product; it's a brand that would cover for every form of content provenance you would want to get on the blockchain. So I think I'm done with my screen sharing. If you have any questions, I'm okay to. I'll be taking them.
Yo, Steven, your voice is off. Yeah. I don't hear anything on my side anymore. I saw that one.
Sorry, Steven, I didn't get you clearly.
I'm looking for a banner.
Yeah. Okay, so I was going to end this session after the questions with speaking about our future plans, and primarily what we had in mind when we came up with Restream was using AI agents to help check for deepfake content now. But the reason we haven't been able to implement that is simply because the development cost of that is way higher. So we settled for our current use case because it's something that we know with our skill and manpower we can build. So we have, like I said earlier, Restream is not just a product. It's not just, it's a whole idea whereby every form of content provenance, if you have any doubt about anything regarding the blockchain, the content has been made by someone else. We have an idea of building a one platform that gives you all this service. So all I just showed now is just one of our service now, and we are barely 9 months or 9 years. We are barely 9 months in, and we have gone from just having a hackathon project to V2. We have plans by February we should be done with V2, and we should focus on the next use case which you have in mind. So for what you asked your question, I'm sorry, I think I talked too much. So for your question, we plan to integrate AI agents to automate the process of confirming content or authenticating content. We plan to do that. We just haven't done that because of the cost yet.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The lead in L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of.
Yeah, I got like a more of like a statement than a question, but you know, I like that. I like what you're doing, that you're trying to build trust, but now personally, I don't think that we can trust Twitter. So like I think that you should be thinking about, how do I actually build a new social media on the blockchain that can be trusted or something like that, because Twitter's not open source. Obviously you can see the timeline, it's starting to be built into a news propaganda machine, all of this stuff. So if you're saying the wrong things, or they don't like you, you start making a ton of money, whatever, they just ban you. So I think that maybe you should focus more on, instead of solving that if the account is real or not, how do we actually decentralize social media and make it more trustworthy as a whole?
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The lead in L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research.
I wanted to say, so I think it does make a lot of sense. And back to Adam's question. I don't know, can you guys hear me? Okay,
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think we have much time, so I'll just keep this very short. So some time ago, when we started this, like a few months ago, we had the idea of creating our own platform. Well, you see, Adam, your idea is good, but when you create a new platform, the challenge most people have when you create a new platform is getting people to leave something that Twitter, X, which is already known, to for something new takes more effort than even building a new platform. So that's the challenge that we feel we can't face at the moment. Because if we go ahead to build a new platform, investing our resources and time, now we would have to do twice as much work to get people to come on that platform. While I will take it under advisement and look for a middle ground of how to implement this, because I see your point of Twitter being used as a propaganda machine. Or I also think that if we can have a positive effect on this propaganda machine to nudge it towards something that people can safely use, then we can all contribute. Like that can be our contribution to it. So that's it. But I really appreciate your points. I really appreciate you've really pointed out a lot of things, and I hope we can connect later in the future.
No, yeah, I also understand your point. And, you know, obviously if they have 500 million users or whatever the hell they have, I don't know, but, and you have zero, you know, I mean, I think it's just obviously it just takes time. You got to get people with voices, you know, you're talking about it right now you know, now you got another 500, 1,000, however many people are watching that go check it out. You know, that's all it's about, is spreading the word. And if the product is good and you get good people with voices on the platform, then they're just naturally going to gravitate to that. If you're providing something that's not propaganda and actually truth, instead of, you know, trying to push their narrative about whatever bad things that they're trying to push these days, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would like to say something as well as regards to what Adam said, right? That okay. Can you guys hear me? Am I breaking?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I would like to say something as to what Adam said as regards, for example, if your accounts get banned or deleted. So I would like to say that one of the long-term vision, you're right, of Truth Chain is to actually register each content on the blockchain, right? So even if your account gets banned, deleted, or peradventure you somehow or somewhat lose access to that account, there is still like cryptographic proof that, you know, a certain creator posted, you know, this content at a certain time on the blockchain. And you know, things live forever on the blockchain. So yeah, I just wanted to add that as well. So
Yeah, and I do think that that's, you know, you got to walk before you can run. Right now, you guys are trying to prove out the concept. It's and there's a lot I know because I've seen the iterations. I've seen what Kenny's been working on for a while, and it's come a long, long way to being an actual viable, functional product right now. So I mean, awesome work you guys are doing. It's not a small undertaking. So I do want to make sure that we show that appreciation. But there's a lot more that we can do with this, and so there's a lot more work you guys have to do, obviously. But I love what you guys are working on. I really think it's been it's really interesting. I like where it's shaping up. I know that there's a lot of problems or I don't want to say problems. I want to say challenges you guys have to overcome and you've already overcome a lot of them, you know. So excellent work. I think it's really great stuff you guys are working on. I definitely see a place where I would be able to use this going forward. You know, with a little bit more development as to, you know, getting it more ready for, you know, like for the market. But I think that the solution that you guys are bringing to a problem that is going to probably become more prevalent. That's a conversation we've had previously where you guys are a little bit out ahead of the market on this, I think. You know, I think that there's going to be more demand going forward as we get more vectors of deep fakes and that kind of thing out in the social media sphere, regardless of what social media platform it's on. I think that there's a need for this solution.
I just, you know what, I wanted to say something that, like, you know, that really, you know, like, I can't wrap my head around it, you know? Okay, so I'm sitting here screaming at the top of my head about the propaganda, about the scammers, about this, about that, and nobody gives a shit.
I'm not sure if it.
Nobody cares, you know. Like there's
Peace.
all right, yeah. There's a
Sorry to jump in.
couple of like, okay, so I do all this stuff and I get a couple of views, whatever, blah blah blah. You know, so I said, you know what? Let me change my style. You know, I'm just gonna start.
Your game is not hearing you.
You don't hear me?
No, we can hear you, and I know what the issue was. So I have to leave my audio on both platforms for you to hear me because I'm hosting. It's like the same thing with Discord channels. But go on, Adam.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, you know, it's like weird. Okay, so you know, something that always like, you know, it bothers me about like social media or like, you know, it's like, you know, a lot of people or like, you know, it seems like the people that have the most followings are like evil people. You know, like I don't want to like, you know, whatever. I don't want to say it like that, but it's like, okay, so I'm like, you know, I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, I've always been like, okay, buy Bitcoin, hold this and that, meme coins are scams, blah blah blah. And then I'm like, you know, the last like month or a couple weeks, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna start fucking promoting meme coins and pushing meme coins. If they all, that's all they care about. If they all want to see this shit, and then it's funny. I launched a coin 2 days ago. You know, the whole thing fails in like 2 days. Obviously, normal. It's a fucking stupid meme coin, and you know, all of a sudden today, my engagement goes up 3x. And I'm like, how do I'm promoting Bitcoin, holding this, that, I get 0 likes, and then I rug, and all of a sudden my shit explodes. Like, you know, like what the fuck, like what the hell
Human
is going on?
psychology, my man. It's human psychology, and that's really everyone wants to believe that someone is going to give them an opportunity to get rich without any work. Everyone wants to believe that they're smart, that they're early. It's a psychology thing, man. It really is, and that's the same, like we don't have a token because you know, especially when we were at our hottest back, you know, when before the market tanked and everything. People kept telling me to launch a DeOrganized token, launch it, and I could have made some money. I could absolutely have made some money doing a DeOrganized token, but I don't know what I would use a token for. I don't know what the heck I would provide that would be valuable. Like we can use stacks and SBTC. We can use Bitcoin, you know, so I don't need a token for what we do. Maybe as we develop our platform, maybe there'd be a case for a token. I still don't even actually think so. It's unlikely. But if we shield a token, we would get attention. We would get more attention. It's the same thing with like, you know, I'm bringing up Facebook because I'm on there because that's where a lot of my personal relationships are. And I used to, in real life, I'm a realtor. I actually used the wrong account, so you got my Perino team name under here. But there's on Facebook, there's a deliberate, like they put things out there to get people to argue. They stir things up. It's all about pushing emotion. And that's what launching a shitcoin does. It gets people, it's real easy to get people excited about
wedge bait.
Yeah, but it's not, but at the end of the day, you know, I want to be a trusted information source. So that's why that's why we work so hard every day. That's why we do this show every day. That's why we come online every day. That's why so that we can actually have a place for these guys, real builders building real stuff, and give them an opportunity to be spotlighted and showcased when they're ready. A lot of days it's just me, Hannah, and GP chatting, you know, so that we can keep it going. We don't have somebody that needs to come on and talk about their stuff every day. But we are still building steadily. We are growing. And we go through peaks and valleys because the market dictates a lot of the attention in the space too. When things go bad, we lose viewership. Shoot. My GP, do you remember when I had that issue with my mouse cursor going crazy?
Yeah.
So it's doing that again. So I might need you to kind of. I can't do it until we end the meet because I don't think the meet will stay open. But when we're done with this, when we're done with the segment, I might need you to like fully host for a minute so I can do a quick restart.
I got you, dude. Yeah, I'll
my
be here.
My computer's getting like, this is way too much. We don't have enough memory for all.
Got a Google Meet going and you're running Restream at the same time. What are you doing?
Way too many tabs, and I can't close them all because my cursor's spazzing out. But we just keep doing it, right? And that's really. But to Adam's point, I don't know if you missed me on my soapbox, you know, kind of explaining everything. But you're right. It is. It's an unfortunate reality that drama and graft and grift can actually get you further in some respects than being authentic and being honest and being true. But it's not
Bro,
it's not sustainable.
No, yeah, honestly, I mean, listen, if you're if you're not necessarily purposely hurting anybody or something, like maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna see, because I'm telling you right now that I just decided to change everything. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I have a lot of followings from like Nigerians, Asians, and obviously I have followings from everywhere, but I need to break more into the American market. So the other day too, this stupid lady who has no offense, has like, she's always causing drama, but she's like in my DMs begging me. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna expose this one. All of a sudden I make some hater exposing stuff, and the Americans start coming, following, talking, this, that. I'm like, why don't they listen when I try to help them and give them good information? But if I talk shit and rug them, then they all start coming.
Because you don't get the same dopamine hit when you can't give you get a dopamine hit when you give a saucy clapback. When you're making a spicy clapback, you get more dopamine out of that. It's like, yeah, people are gonna excite. You get more responses on it too. It's really all about it's a dopamine play on all of it.
Yeah.
Saucy
Yo, another thing.
Win.
Yeah, I was laughing before because I'm looking at the names. I'm like, Steven, Emmanuel, Kevin, Clinton, Henry, 300. 300, what's good?
For president, let's go.
I like it.
What's up, Brody?
What's up?
300,
Oh, good,
300
Brody.
PP are going to be the co-stack CMO.
Facts.
I need more coffee.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I'm already done with
I need more water.
Gonna be putting
Hope you have been good. It's been a minute.
All right. So honestly, this has been an excellent episode. I do think now that we know doing this on the Google Meets makes sense. We just need to know that we can't really do it in both platforms at the same time with some people in one and some people in the other. That doesn't work. But I do think that this has been we overcame it. We overcame the challenge, Kenny. We did it. We got you guys on. We got a lot of exposure for Truth Chain. Follow them on X, guys, at Truth Chain. It's at Truth Chain N. There's 2 N's. So it's Truth Chain with 2 N's. Awesome stuff. And really, we will definitely need to have you guys on more regularly when you have more stuff developing. We will definitely be following what's going on. Do you guys have any last words before we end the meet?
Well, okay. So first, I believe you already know Kenny here, and there's also Emmanuel. There's also Clinton, and we have a team. And I think from the whole team, we want to appreciate you guys for this opportunity to speak about what we are doing, because we understand that sometimes having something tangible and not having audience for it means whatever it is you have wouldn't just come out. So I think I just want to use this opportunity to say thank you so much. And actually, this whole session has been more fun than I expected, and I think I really enjoyed it. Also thanks to Adam. I think I like how you push out the questions, and you seem to be to me like someone who you critique positively, thereby helping people do better. So I really, really appreciate that. Your questions were really, really good, and I hope to connect with you and the rest of everyone here. And thank you to everyone here. We're all grateful from the team, and this was like a very lovely session. Have a great day.
Right on. Thank you, Henry. You did great, by the way. You are a great spokesman for the project. I think you did an excellent job. I hope the team does too. Clinton as well. You didn't chime in as much, but when you did, it was really great stuff as well. Very valuable and very short and to the point. Not to say Henry talked too much. He has the same kind of as I'd also say, maybe use too many words to say what I'm trying to say sometimes. That's why they let me have a show or an all-day live stream, because I just can't fit it all into like 30 minutes. But Kenny, Emmanuel, Clinton, Henry, awesome stuff. Guys, follow Truth Chain. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Did you guys have I'm going to give you guys each an opportunity to just give us a quick wrap up. So let's go with Clinton first. What's your takeaway from today, man?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have much to say. It was a really nice session. This is actually my first time on the DeOrganized live stream. And it's so nice to see all of you guys in person, to see you guys face to face, even if it's through a screen. It's so lovely. And yeah, really nice session today. And I hope to come on board sometime soon again. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. How about you, Emmanuel? What are your takeaways from today, brother?
Jim. So today's session was very, very impactful. Thanks to my teammate Henry that likes to talk too much. The product well. On their impact, your comments, it was very, very. I mean, for developer, I like taking on the most added truth, Then from there, I just more like develop on that. So I really, really do appreciate your time here with us. So hopefully we get to see you another time, and for the rest of the people that are here also get to meet another time. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. All right, my man, Kenny. You did it.
Okay, so GMPs, thank you so much for this opportunity, and we really appreciate it. And so you've really helped us get the exposure out there, because that's one of the main things. And you help us validate this truth chain idea, because we've been iterating over and over and over again. And I think I really appreciate the opportunity. And one last thing I just want to say. Thank you, Stacks Blockchain. And I got my Stacks cap from DevConnect. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. Love you, Stacks. Yeah, thank you.
Balling.
I love it. I got one too. They gave me one. I was at the one of those events down in Buenos Aires, so it was a great time. I'm glad you got one too. Kenny's been he was part of he's still part of the Stacks Ascent program. He's been cranking on a while. I love the team that you've put together, by the way. It takes a lot to get everyone together in one room, and it shows that you have a dedicated team working towards moving your project forward. So thank you guys so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. We will definitely do follow up as you guys develop more. Looking forward to your milestone 2 submission on D grants, which I will have to approve as the Blue Sky Track steward. But man, much love. I love the project. I love the mindset and what you guys are trying to achieve. And the progress so far is very impressive. So really psyched about it. We're going to end the meet. We're going to jump back into the live stream in the Restream studio. Adam, if you want to come in and sign off, I don't know if you're still in there or not, because I'm trying to.
I don't think I'm in there. I'm gonna be hosting my space in a little bit, but I just did want to say real quick that, like, bullish on Truth Chain. It's nice to it's refreshing to see people that are trying to further the space and build good things for the space, because most people these days aren't doing that. And they even forced me not to do that anymore. Now I gotta be a rugger. See, we got a rug. No, I'm fucking around. But so thank you, Steven. Kevin. Good to see you guys. I'm back on my schedule. I'm gonna be back. It's nice to be here around good people instead of the craziness. I stopped looking at the regular timeline. I'm only looking at the following. I'm getting rid of all that other garbage out of my head. We gotta. Yeah.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah, guys.
Adam, always a pleasure, man. You're welcome. You have the link. You want to drop it?
Yeah, I'll be back, man. I'm trying to stay on track.
I know it's early for you young guys. It's a little.
And you guys wake up a little later.
We're still, we can maybe we'll do a later segment that can be more regularly joined, or we'll figure something out, because it doesn't have to be. It doesn't. We stream until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night, so we can do more later too.
No, it's cool. Yeah, I've had people come to me too. They're like, I've seen you on the DeOrganized show, blah blah blah. So it's it's good, man. It's cool. You know, I've had people say that to me before.
Yeah. We are not always getting a ton of views, but when we do, people do tend to see it. So yeah, we just.
I got you. I'll help you out. We'll try to send more people, man.
Oh, man, you definitely got a lot of viewers for us this morning. A lot of interaction on that post you made.
Yeah. Awesome. I haven't looked, but dude, I'm telling you, all you got to do is start rugging. If you start rugging, you will be famous.
we probably won't do that, but we do need a bad cop.
I'll do it for you. Don't worry,
can
man.
Be the bad
I'm
cop.
putting the morals aside.
We'll figure it out, man. But always a pleasure. Great having you. We like your energy. It definitely resonates with us. Thank you, guys. I'm going to end the Google Meet. GP, I'm going to end the Google Meet. Can you do me a favor? Jump into the studio. You and Hannah and whoever else is in there have a conversation. I'm going to do a quick restart because I'm not even sure how I'm going to end this meet. And
I'm right here, man.
I follow Truth Chain. Thank you, Kenny, Henry, Clinton, Emmanuel. Great stuff today, guys. And keep rocking it. You guys are on to something, I think. So keep pushing it forward. Love it.
Yeah, thank you. See more from us.
Yeah,
Later,
thanks
guys.
for the invite.
Thank you, Adam.
Peace. Right on. So that was an awesome segment. We got to talk to the guys from Truth Chain, Kenny, and all the guys, Henry. I mean, it was a really, really blessed experience to get to hear a little bit what they are working on. It's good to
bro.
Adam again. It's good to see him coming back around and coming to shoot the breeze with us. So yeah, man. Interesting stuff. Very, very busy day today. Got a Bitcoin webinar to take part in, and all sorts of stuff going on this AM. What's on your agenda, 3?
Oh yeah, right now we are in the festive mood. The timelines are a bit low, so I think I'm just creating content as usual, just to keep the timelines busy. And what time is the space?
The webinar actually started about 20 minutes ago, I think. It's live on the main Stacks handle as we speak. So figured we'd probably get that start running. We got our boy Tycho up there handling the business and talking with Andre Serrano and a couple other heavy hitters from our ecosystem. So we'll tune in there and check it out and see what it's all about. It's running from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. EST. So we're gonna go check out the what is the name of it? Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar series. So dual stacking and self-custodial SBTC. We're gonna take a look at that and bring it on up. Today, I don't think we might not do a Zest Town Hall because that'll be running in between. So probably just do some coverage of that and handle the business that way. So got that, but we will be doing a weekly screen share in the Zest Discord at 1 p.m. ET. So make sure that you jump into the Zest Discord and get activated, get mobilized with a base community. Also probably going to end up playing Arc Raiders at some point in the day today. And I actually signed up to be a for their creator program with Embark
How
Studios.
do you do that? You send the link, bro.
I will absolutely send the link to you. And then that might be a good way to onboard, new gamers to the GameFi League. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So
yeah, check the link that I sent. How much the content is cooking on
Arc Raiders
on YouTube. Yeah, the content, the shorts that I'm chopping. You see how much it's reaching out new people, bro.
Yeah, you're cooking with hot grease. You've got a lot of different content here. We got Peace back in the building here too. What up, Peace? So we got that Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar taking place right now. Did we want to do some coverage of that?
I do. However, God damn it, my mouse is still. I'm gonna have to shut down again, guys. My mouse is being like.
Need a new mouse, man.
It's my trackpad, which is not. I'm not sure what the hell's going on here.
Yeah,
I'm not
this
sure.
one is.
It's I'm gonna do a quick restart. If you GP, are you able to screen share
absolutely.
the segment? All right,
Absolutely.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Awesome. So we'll get this started, get this screen share going, and we will pull up the Bitcoin capital markets webinar. Let's see here. Let me get set up really quickly. All right. Come over here and pull us on up for the webinar here. Let's see. Close Google Meet. All right. Let's see. So we're going to go Bitcoin capital markets and let's hear what we got to
Yeah,
say.
absolutely. I mean, having custody over a BTC that is deployed, on chain or programmable in some ways, right? So retaining the custody of the underlying BTC, that's really the next frontier, right? That's really what's going to unlock the next chapter of BTC 5, right, as they say. And yeah, that's mainly because a lot of BTC is slowly and surely being held by institutional holders, right? And those institutional holders are often under certain mandates or have bound by certain rules by which they can't lose custody over the underlying assets, right? So that's, for example, why a lot of these these actors like option strategies, right? Because you can sell options without moving the underlying BTC anywhere. And then to be able to deploy BTC into DeFi or move it on chain to do stuff with it, right? Whether it's borrowing against it, whether it's generating yield while retaining custody of the underlying BTC, that will be huge, right? If you look at how the big institutional players borrow today, they do it usually through these tri-party agreements where they move BTC to a custody account that's separated, and then they borrow against this, right? And a self-custodial programmable BTC that can really make this institutional use case accessible on chain, but then also make it scalable and accessible to retail investors too. So I think it's a very exciting development, and I think my prediction for 2026 is that we're going to see a lot of it, and of course on stacks too.
Absolutely. And in Tycho, one of the biggest markets, 2.5 million BTC sitting idle in public markets and financial products today. Just under half of that sits in treasury companies, DATCos, digital asset treasuries, many different names. As you start to look at the maturity of that market, which is already a big maturity year to date as well, mind you, how do you see dual stacking maybe fitting alongside when it comes to that additional way to earn yield on your BTC? So we talked a little bit about options. We've talked a little bit about SBTC. Now let's throw staking and stacking into that mix. What does it look like from a participation standpoint in your prediction?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something I've been thinking about a lot, right? Because next to running Zest protocol and working on stacking DAO and things in the Stacks ecosystem, I'm also running Bitcoin strategy now for a Bitcoin treasury company, for Treasury, which holds a bit over 1,000 BTC. And yeah, that's really like the key thing to look out for, right? Like it becomes a lot easier, right, in general for these Bitcoin treasury companies to participate at the moment when they can retain custody over the underlying BTC, because those are the kind of products that are available in an institutional wrapper already for them. So I think that will be a very big driver for this kind of innovation to happen, and also for these products that institutions already access in between them today, for those to also become accessible to retail investors, or effectively from $1 or less.
Thank you, Tycho. And Lior and Andre, as we come to close here, Tycho gave his big, bold 2026 prediction. Would love to hear your view looking ahead to 2026 and what developments or big milestones you think will help to accelerate the adoption of dual staking and stacking. Lior, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think I'm just excited to see more institutions actually come on chain, in various capacities, whether it's through Bitcoin and dual stacking, whether it's through yield vaults, maybe stablecoin yield. I think that there's a huge universe of opportunities that, us as like crypto natives, we've been aware of for quite a few years now. But there's clearly a large learning curve that institutional investors and asset managers are just starting to get over right now. Kind of touching on the point I made previously, like I feel like 2025 was like a big test case for them to start learning about the universe of possibilities beyond just Bitcoin, ETH, and now, you have all these other opportunities to earn yield and essentially, profit from the industry. And 2026, yeah, I think we're going to see more pilot use cases. We're going to see, obviously, we have a lot more regulatory acceptance of the space. So I just think it takes time for these institutions to get involved. And I would expect that we'll see a lot of big headlines in 2026 of things actually moving forward.
Great, great close. Andre, close us out with your prediction.
Yeah, my big prediction for 2026 is that it will be the year of crypto UX. It's the year that UX and crypto finally gets up leveled, gets a makeover. I think we're going to see the rise of more crypto super apps that really try to abstract away a lot of the complexity of how the protocols work, just to provide a seamless user experience. I think 2026 is a year where we're building products not just for crypto natives, but for mainstream users, and trying to make the onboarding flow as easy as possible. That's what we've done with dual stacking. We built an app. You can go to app.stacks.co. It'll guide you through the process of getting started, staking your Bitcoin through SBTC, staking STX. We have a calculator where you can start to project your rewards through that, and also start to explore the Stacks DeFi ecosystem. So go and check it out. And that's my prediction.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Andre, Lior, Tycho. Appreciate the time today and joining our Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar series in this second edition as well. Looking forward to how each of your respective companies and applications continue to progress into 2026, and looking forward to coming back here year to date as well to celebrate the second anniversary of SBTC dual stacking, but then also to have the same conversation again, looking ahead 1 year from now. Tycho, Lior, Andre, have a great day. And with that, everyone, we're going to continue on today's discussion and look towards the next big topic, wallets and custody for productive Bitcoin, following on the heels of what we just discussed in today's panel, and look at how institutions can stay in the world of self-sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up our next panel. And Brandon, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. Hello, everybody. My name is Brandon. I am the Community Growth Manager at Stacks Labs. Super excited today to be talking to the two leads behind two of the leading wallets in the Stacks ecosystem, Ken and Will. Ken, going to throw it to you first. Do you mind introducing yourself and just tell us a little bit about Xverse?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks so much. So I'm Ken. I'm the founder of Xverse. We are essentially building a home for Bitcoin-fi. We have a Bitcoin wallet that supports, a series of Bitcoin L2s, including Stacks. We were one of the first, wallets for Stacks and supporting Bitcoin Web3. And now we are just, building out that vision, and hopefully in the next year or so, we can, really bring that vision to life.
Great. Thanks, Ken. And Will, we're going to throw it back to you. Can you tell us a little about yourself and a little history of Leather?
Yeah, so I was at Kraken for 8 years and joined Leather as an engineering manager. Mark was the GM. And he stepped down and took on some other opportunities. And so I stepped up as the GM. maybe kind of atypical GM in the sense that I'm really more of an engineer kind of product person, but was excited to step into the role, and it's a small, intimate team. So used to be, at Hero Wallet, and so Leather's been around for a while. And yeah, Leather's a self-custody Bitcoin Stacks wallet for connecting to the Bitcoin Stacks ecosystem. So we support and advocate for all the SIPs and support all the, protocols in the ecosystem.
Great. Will, I'm gonna keep it with you with our first question from a product and engineering perspective. Since you're so close to that level, what design decisions matter most when building a Bitcoin wallet that can safely support more advanced functionality, like you talked about, like that you find on something like Bitcoin DeFi that you get on Stacks? What is most important there?
I think we, as a team, really value, and like our engineering lead in particular has really given us the value of sticking to the protocol, the Bitcoin and Stacks specs, advocating for SIPs, and like getting the community on board before large changes are made to those types of things. So anytime we like deviate from them, or there's another tool or whatever that has slightly deviated from, say like derivation addresses or whatever, it uses a different index or something like that, it causes a lot of downstream headaches. So I think for us, we really value sticking closely to the specs and the protocols as much as we can, getting community involvement and agreement. And in terms of like the more consumer-facing product itself and the code base, we really value building the right abstractions and enabling ourselves to kind of build, not build multiple times for different platforms. And Leather's kind of expanded its offering from extension to like a mobile app, and we're trying to build out more of a web app feature set. And so trying to consolidate where we build that as a small team is really important to us. And I think, in a really broad sense, designing and building for simplicity and avoiding complexity wherever possible helps us try to keep the quality bar high. It allows us to be able to test the code and ensure things are running smoothly. And I think that's always somewhat at odds with new features, new things coming into the ecosystem. So we're kind of constantly doing this little juggling act. Like, do we want to support this? Because if we support this, that complicates how we handle UTXOs and managing those, and people might accidentally be able to send something they don't want to send, or then you have to kind of go through this rabbit hole of how do we manage that? How do we enable people to manage their own UTXOs? Maybe that's not a thing. That's a downstream effect we didn't anticipate or want to go spend a month on. Maybe that's not a thing. That's a downstream effect can really anticipate or want to go spend a month on. If you build things that are, those can have really difficult knock-on effects if you build things that are too complex or compete for resources.
Totally. I'm glad that you mentioned abstraction. I feel like that's going to be a main theme for our talk here. Ken, I'd love to hear from you about the differences in feedback that you hear between maybe your power users and the institutional users that you work with, and what are the things that institutional users maybe care about more than kind of your average power user or retail user?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, everybody needs a secure wallet, and that's the most important thing. I think the main difference between the retail power users versus an institution is that for institutions they have lower tolerance for a single point of failure, right? They require more redundancy, and there's usually a requirement for more complex approval structures, right? So sometimes with institutions, it's not like one person can make an action to perform something on the chain, right? It usually requires maybe sign off from this person and then that person, and I think with Bitcoin that is a little bit difficult right now, because Bitcoin itself does not have the primitives in place. There's no smart contracts that are powerful enough to provide this kind of feature, right? There's multi-sig, but that doesn't really satisfy all of these requirements. So I think this is where Bitcoin L2s can come in, with smart contracts and more advanced capabilities that can really service institutions.
Great. And thanks, Ken. And Will, as more wallets expand to support L2s like stacks, smart contracts, more Bitcoin primitives like you talked about, you already kind of touched on it a little bit, but what are some of the hardest engineering or user experience trade-offs that wallets have to make when designing for those things?
One that came to mind for this right away is kind of snappy UX and optimizing for like a speedy user experience. So for instance, like with Bitcoin, you can have many different derivation paths and indexes for your account. And so looking those things up, it can be a very expensive operation. And for our mobile app, one of the kind of core things we built for that was like multi-wallet support. And at first we just wanted to show everything. It was like, we have all these wallets and we support multiple wallets, multiple accounts. So let's show all the data, but that is quite expensive and it comes at a cost. It's very slow to do. So looking up all the account activity, all the balances, all these things. So that's a trade-off of like comprehensive coverage of what we're showing a user versus the speed at which we can show it. And so we scaled that back. We're like, let's just focus on what we're showing so that people can get, the information they want quickly and not have to wait for that thing to load. And I think same thing with something like smart contracts. Like there's different levels of assumptions about what people want to see in terms of the comprehension of that information. Like developers who are using our wallet want to see a lot. They want to be able to go read through and all the details. A more consumer-oriented person they just want to know, is this safe, is this secure, and to continue on with their end goal, which is not to review a contract. It's to accomplish some other task and, put funds in another protocol or something like that. So I feel like we do a lot of back and forth discussion about how much should we show here, how much should we reveal initially or immediately, and how much should be a choice to reveal, like an expanded row or an alternative screen or a sheet to show something, a modal to show information. So we do a lot of back and forth kind of debating between what to show, how much, and in what contexts. I think, again, as a small team, we're kind of constantly like asking ourselves, does this make sense for us to support, for different protocols or things like, ordinals, runes, whatever. We're like, at what level should we support this? Because it's not free to support this thing. It takes time and resources and energy. So I think we do a lot of that discussion and try to strike a good balance between what users are looking for and what we can reasonably support over the long term at a high level, because that's what we want to do in the end is support the users and what they want to do with few trade-offs as we can make and high level of security and fidelity.
100%. So UX super important. I want to ask a few questions on the kind of self-sovereign side. I'd love to hear from both of you on this. And Ken, we can start with you. What would you say is the biggest blocker today for staying self-sovereign for institutions while still participating in DeFi and yield opportunities and all the BTC Fi things that are going on these days?
Yeah, I think one thing that based on what I've heard is that some of these institutions have restrictions from doing things on chain, and if they cannot do that, then they'll have to go through some sort of custody provider, right? Whether it's a centralized exchange or somebody else, and I feel like that's more on the regulatory legal side of things, which is just the requirement, and a lot of that comes from being a bit more conservative about crypto, right? They're not able to understand really what happens on chain, and they're kind of scared that something bad might happen that you might not be able to take legal responsibilities for, or there's no recourse essentially, right? if you have somebody to hold accountable, or a company or entity, then you have legal means to enforce contracts and things like that. But if things are completely on chain, there's usually no way to like get your funds back if you accidentally perform some action that caused the funds to be sent away, right? So I think there needs to be some work on that end, at least on the on-chain side, to make sure that institutions can feel comfortable coming on-chain and have reasonable levels of recourse if something bad were to happen.
Great. And yeah, Will, same question for you. What would you say is kind of the biggest blocker for institutions to participate in Bitcoin DeFi?
Yeah, I mean, Ken's probably more of an expert there than me. Leather's kind of more consumer oriented in general, but my intuition says that they probably have similar challenges that people do, which is you're kind of handing over, and really this is what Ken said, you're handing over a lot of trust to a protocol that you don't know about. It seems very idiosyncratic. You're just signing some contract that is an algorithm and trusting that thing runs the way that you think it runs. And one thing that we've noticed too, that I've noticed as a user of the DeFi ecosystem, is your funds can become spread to the wind. It feels like you've got a wallet, a hot wallet, you've interacted with some protocol, you've put funds in there, you have some active position, whatever. But it's hard unless you're keeping track somewhere. It is decentralized in the sense that you have no one place to look to say, where is that money? Where am I stacking? Where am I lending? What protocols have I interacted with? So that's one thing we've been looking at closely, is like aggregating that information. So if you have a wallet that you've used to interact with all this stuff, you can go see, where is that money? What did I do with that? What protocol is that locked in, and for how long? I think that's a real challenge today in the ecosystem.
Awesome. Ken, I actually going to have you expand on what you were just talking about. What role would you say that things like multi-sig and hardware wallets and MPC and hybrid custody models are playing in enabling more productive Bitcoin without sacrificing that control over your Bitcoin?
Yeah, so something like MPC is probably the only way to give you the kind of experience that I explained earlier with advanced approvals on top of Bitcoin, just because there's no smart contracts for you to do that. But I hope one day we'll have a good experience on a Bitcoin L2 that enables that, and at the same time fully trustless Bitcoin that can be moved to L2 to do these things. I think we need a combination of all these tools to really build the full experience that caters to whatever that user's needs are, right? Because everybody's needs are going to be a little bit different. They have different levels of requirements for security, risk tolerance, and things like that. So yeah.
Great. And Will, going a little bit more back to the UX, what does, in your opinion, a good product experience look like when maybe moving BTC from cold storage, from going from hodling to actually making it a productive asset and moving it into Bitcoin DeFi and more productive means? What does that user experience look like ideally?
Yeah, I actually hadn't thought deeply about this until this question was posed to me for this panel. I mean, it's something that we know people do, and the de facto is you just send, or you either connect your ledger to Ledger, or you send from your hot wallet to your cold storage to your hot wallet. But we have talked a little bit about this, it's just come up cursorily in discussions, and we've talked about ideas where maybe there's some kind of contracts or smart contracts you execute for your own account that are topping up one or the other. So you're I have some tolerance for a balance in my hot wallet, and if I ever go above that, maybe I'm getting paid out yield or dividends from some other protocol, I'll just auto send that to my cold storage or vice versa, you know. So you could maybe automate that, but that itself comes with a lot of complexity. And like, I do think sometimes the simple thing is the best thing, which is just you just send it, you know. Then it's fully in your control. But it's something that, yeah, having seen this question, I'm like, yeah, we should think deeper about that, because I'm not sure that we have gone super deep there. And it's an interesting use case and something people do every day, you know, in these protocols. And I would never recommend someone go just put all of their BTC in a hot wallet and deploy all of that to some protocol. You know, I think you need to sort of balance the weight of your investments and, you know, have some balance there. So yeah, it's a cool question, and one that I think I don't have a great answer for, and more like, yeah, that's something we should go sit and talk about in a room together, because it's a use case that's one of the most common, probably.
Yeah. I mean, I can say that I personally, you know, moving stuff back and forth all the time. So yeah, super interesting. We're getting a little closer to our time. I have a few rapid fire questions that I wanted to get answers from the both of you on. How would you say, Will, we can start with you. How would you say that users, especially kind of more advanced or institutional users, are balancing that security with that usability? And are there any pitfalls where maybe on your end, like things get over-engineered, or maybe risk is not properly managed? Or how would you say that balance between security and usability and UX is designed on your end?
Yeah, again, I don't feel like an expert on this one. It's hard for me to speak to with a ton of authority. But I would say, I imagine if you have good practices, you're using a multi-sig wallet of some kind. So inherently, I think you gain security through friction, like long, complex passwords, you know, moving things to a multi-sig environment where there isn't a single point of failure, but then you have to coordinate the, you know, sends and deployments of these assets. But I think I would imagine if I'm an institution, this ecosystem feels like there's a lot of growing that needs to happen for me to fully go into it and trust it with a lot of money, because I think it's a maturing ecosystem, but it's not mature, you know, if I'm dealing with a ton of money and I have a fiduciary responsibility to my organization. I'm going to dip my toe in maybe, but not go all the way in. So, but again, on Leather, we tend to be kind of more everyday consumer oriented and not so institutional. So I'm very curious what Ken has to say here.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Ken, go ahead.
So I think maybe one area of security that is perhaps sometimes overlooked is the human, right? I think the human is essentially the weakest link in the security. We see a lot of exploits due to just social engineering. And you need to come up with processes or training for the people that are ultimately in control of whatever security system that you build. And for a lot of institutions, the people that are in control don't necessarily have the level of knowledge to be able to safely hold and secure the funds. So I think there's a lot of work that people need to do to educate themselves, the organization, the people that are ultimately in control, regardless of, you know, all the other security systems that you set up.
Great, and we're gonna rapid fire these last two. Ken, I'll stay with you. Looking ahead into 2026, what improvements or standards do you expect will shape Bitcoin wallet and custody for users?
I would say like smart accounts, which is something that exists on Ethereum and other chains, and it would really bring a lot of new functionality and flexibility to Bitcoin, and I hope to see that happen in the next year.
Great. Will?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of discussion and appetite for this idea of like an embedded wallet in a dApp somewhere, you know, where you're not having to necessarily connect this a specific wallet. And I also think we've kind of had discussions about like a headless wallet, or wallets that run on the server essentially, and can allow other pieces of software to interact with them. I think like AI systems are just becoming a norm, and people are starting to use human language to interact with machines much more. So an idea of, some kind of like a MCP oriented server architectural wallet where you're like, just tell your whatever favorite tool of AI tool to send this thing, and it'll ask for a confirmation or whatever. So, maybe I don't know if this is going to hold true in the future or not, but I see a possibility of just interacting with text, a lot more like send 5 BTC here to this thing, and it's like, great, and it'll just run that somewhere on a secure server somewhere. I don't know if that's totally a good thing, but I feel like it's probably happening.
Great. And one final takeaway for the both of you, what is one piece of advice maybe that you have for teams that are looking to retain their self-custody while making their BTC more productive? Ken, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that's basically have to look at the Bitcoin L2s. That's where the opportunities are going to be.
Love it. Will?
Yeah, probably same answer. Things like SBTC, BTC pegs on L2s to, do what you will with your Bitcoin, I think.
Awesome. Well, I think that wraps up our time and our panel. Ken and Will, thank you guys so much for joining. For the audience, if you're looking to learn more, you can follow Xverse at Xverse and Leather at LeatherBTC on X. And thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff from the Stacks ecosystem. Really think that these segments are great. Getting an opportunity to touch base on what's going on, and just really catching up on what's going on. We have Kate joining in.
All right. Hello,
with,
everyone. Thank you for joining our fireside chat today.
I'm going to drop out. I'm going to actually run into the Zest Town Hall, which is happening at 11 o'clock, but we'll leave this running so you guys can follow along with Kate and the infrastructure behind institutional Bitcoin.
Can you briefly introduce yourself, your role at Blockdaemon, and maybe the types of institutional clients you guys work with over there?
Hey everybody, thanks Kate, pleasure meeting you, thanks for having me back. I'm Stefan, Protocol Partnerships Manager at Blockdaemon. We work with 400 plus institutional clients. Think on the more TradFi side, asset managers, family offices, banks, corporate treasuries, and then also on the crypto side, or like somewhere in between, exchanges, custodians, wallets. I would say collectively these, manage hundreds of billions of assets, touching our infrastructure in one way or another. And so I'll be speaking from that lens. And I think, we'll probably go into quite a bit just to set the scene. I think what's really interesting is a lot of these companies view things from a very much traditional finance infrastructure viewpoint or standards. And so when they're looking at Bitcoin yield strategies, I think this is new for them. Sometimes there are some misconceptions or, just like knowledge gaps. And yeah, so, it's important to get partners that can help bridge both sides, which, one of this is us. And I'm sure, you guys are the other half to make that happen.
Awesome. Well, before we get into like any type of specific yield strategies, I kind of want to start at the basics because for most institutions, moving Bitcoin in and out of cold storage is a big step and can be scary. So, from what you see, what do institutional teams expect from an infrastructure provider for them to feel comfortable and willing to make the move and move their Bitcoin out of cold storage?
Yeah. So maybe just to give everyone a quick background on what we do, right? We have multiple products. Actually, we're not just doing staking. We have a MPC wallet stack that is deployed on-prem, and wallet or managed custody is always the starting point, as you mentioned, right? This is like the first big hurdle I have to overcome, and then we also run nodes and APIs to power these wallets, validators, and then stuff on top like APIs to automate the flows to make it as seamless as possible, all of which is important. But I think really what most companies initially care about and maybe straightforward is security and security architecture. I think that's the biggest one. And then also compliance and operations. I talked about the wallets, right? Like, I think the standard by now is probably MPC wallets, sometimes air-gapped cold storage solutions, and strong fine-tuned cryptographic controls. Because we have to remember, this is not some person having a ledger in the drawer, pressing buttons and sending millions or potentially even billions around, but it has to be a tight, really controlled setup. And yeah, this is non-negotiable. This is like the baseline. And then we come to compliance standards like SOC, ISO, KYC, AML, all the standards. These are also not just nice to haves, but they are also, I think, part of the bottom line package. They need to consider before even, moving into Bitcoin yield strategies. And then I think this is one step closer is operations. This is the last one I'd mention. Of course, they need 24/7 monitoring, maybe geo-redundancy, real-time analytics, dashboards, visibility. For institutions, it's always about risk mitigation and resilience first. There may be others, right? Like the ones we are looking at often are asset, right? Like banks, asset managers, oftentimes not investing their own funds, but on behalf of someone. So I think there's just another that makes it even more paramount to ensure everything is secure and resilient. And also, the person that actually is responsible at this company has to rest assured that they don't lose sleep if something goes wrong Sunday at 2 a.m. in the morning, but that the provider they have chosen, has someone available around the clock who can fix things. So not just a ticketing system, but a team that works all around the clock. So yeah, I think this is really the entry point where it comes down to the obvious ones, which are really just like blockchain specific, or for any blockchain project, security and compliance. And then I think, depending on what you want to go to, like specific operational questions.
Nice, yeah. I mean, I imagine you have some interesting stories, maybe of things that have happened with different clients and partners. But when these conversations happen with your institutional clients, how much weight do validator ops, uptime guarantees, slashing protections, stuff like that? How much does that factor into an institution really being ready to deploy their Bitcoin?
Again, I would say it's risk mitigation above yields. Obviously, there has to be a good balance, right? If you have very small yields, maybe even this tiny bit of risk that stays maybe too much. I think that's very specific to each company and decision maker. What we do is we have 99.9% uptime SLAs and geo-redundant infrastructure. What's important to us and also to the companies is we cannot be dependent on a single cloud or bare metal server provider, and also not on a single geolocation. But need to be able, if something fails, if a provider fails, if a energy outage or whatever happens, we can respond swiftly and operate smoothly. I think this is where it starts, and then you make a good point, when it comes to redundancy and monitoring, incident response and slashing. We've got 24/7 monitoring that covers everything, and that's for us specifically, and there's more to it, but it's machines, networks, and protocol level metrics. And I want to highlight the last one because this is, something that these people may not be used to from their existing tech stack. So in blockchain terms, this is like block height, peers, attestations, and then every chain has their own specific metrics or sometimes a different name for something that is exactly the same. And yeah, I think they need to understand these as well, and what the impact is if one of these doesn't work well. And obviously we monitor them, right, to see, does our machine or data center have issues? Is there something wrong with the architecture or setup of the validator and such? And then to, I think, the last point you make, the slashing. Of course, every protocol is different here, right? Like how they enforce the rules. One thing I think that's really important to most more institutional clients is not only that you can convince them that you got everything under control and run it responsibly, but that you actually back it up with financial accountability. And so we have, besides the uptime and everything, we also cover slashing fees in the SLAs, because I think here's the thing, right? As said, many of these don't just operate that with their own money, but invest or manage customer funds. Uptime directly impacts the yields. Slashing, even more negatively, not only impacts the yields, but even the underlying asset. And so I think when choosing a validator operator, not only, does this choice affect the person's job that makes this decision or, is responsible, or the whole team, but, ultimately it could be many millions of dollars or, other currency affected, or, thousands of Bitcoin, as well as potentially millions of customers who are trusting these companies with their tokens, and then, ultimately us.
Yeah. I mean, I would say from the Stack side, what we're looking for is pretty straightforward. We want providers who take security and operations very seriously, have a proven track record, running this type of infrastructure at scale, and are very transparent about how things work and where the risks are. I think highlighting the risks is always a super important thing. But maybe let's get into sort of the day-to-day side of things, because this is where things are either working or they're not, and it's very clear which side that falls on. So how does Blockdaemon approach validator operations at the institutional level? Because it's a very big job, keeping things online, monitoring issues, and then responding when something does go wrong.
Yeah, I think a lot of that goes back to what I talked about. We have a lot of proprietary monitoring built out ourselves, right, and a lot of tooling when it comes to deployment of validators. Of course, for a protocol like Stacks, I think that's a lot more straightforward, because hopefully you only deploy it once, and then you have to have a system for failovers in place. If these alerts shoot, that what's happening and how to respond. I think what's really important, also a question that these companies should look into when choosing a provider, is how do you respond to the worst case, right? Like, what happens if one of these validators go down? I already alluded, we like to run, failovers in different with different data center providers in different geolocations, and obviously have a clear engineering protocol in place, like how this key rotation works, ensuring that we are fast to respond, right? But also, I think, again, and this is part of the mantra, I would say, yields are always important, but I think more important is the security and decreasing risk. And so it's not just about automating a key rotation, for example, for a validator if one goes offline to fail over to another, but also ensure that you won't have a double signing incident an hour later because the first validator comes up again. So yeah, I think that's feel free to dive deeper if you have a specific question, but I think that's really most part of it. First, we have this whole monitoring stack. We have a stack to deploy and manage nodes. Try to do the least possible manually, because if you look across all 60 protocols we support, we probably have thousands of node instances running that get maintained, spun up and down. And then, yeah, just, proper engineering principles and runbooks, how to respond to the worst cases, to be fast, but don't make mistakes.
Is there anything in particular that you think institutions overlook when they're doing their due diligence phase with you? I mean, it can be an operational risk, but you keep referring to it's not necessarily the amount of yield, but it's really the security that underlines that. But yeah, is there anything that comes to mind for you that is constantly overlooked or maybe underestimated?
Yeah, I don't know about overlooked. We have done hundreds of RFPs, not, obviously not all Bitcoin related. And I feel at some point every question has been asked. But I think there's certainly a few topics that people should pay closer attention to. And I would also be really curious to hear, what kind of answers you get after I'm done. As said in the beginning, I think lots of people we work with, they have a strong traditional finance background, but also like a traditional software background, and view things through that lens. And blockchains are very different, right? Like, as probably most of us here know. And I think it's really important to understand their viewpoint, and then that blockchains don't follow enterprise software update cycles. They're decentralized networks with decentralized engineering teams, and not just a single company maintaining it. And so I think two things that you really have to pay attention to, and that may be a little overlooked. One is everything around validator operations, like all the stuff I talked about, just before. One, all the protocol metrics, how do they impact me? Slashing, and then maybe some more network-specific questions. How fast can I get liquidity back? If I have a wrap token, like how deep is the liquidity? I think also plan from the end in mind, that you ask yourself, like, not just how do I get in, but also how do I get out, and how fast, and is that compliant or in line with what I want to achieve. Then the other is really protocol governance. I think this is a huge one, because as said, right, like blockchains are not traditional cloud infrastructure that follows a clear schedule, hopefully most of the time, but you get sometimes a surprise hard fork. Emergency upgrades, depending on the chain, happen quite a bit. Governance votes that need immediate action, and that are something I want to say that are completely novel to the traditional enterprise world. And we as Blockdaemon, we work close with foundations and try to maintain really good relationships with core dev teams to know what's coming, and also always looking at that worst case. If something happens, if there's an emergency upgrade, if there is a security gap in a protocol, that we can tap into these pools of talent, but also maybe share our opinion, and sometimes also be part of resolving issues. And I think this is just what's really fundamentally different from how their typical software stack looks like. And I also think they not only need to look into it, but I think they probably also should have people that not only talk to us, but people like you, Kate, at the labs teams, at the foundation teams, that can help them answer some of these questions, and also be a good contact point in case there is some sort of emergency.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll keep it pretty high level, but I mean, I would say from our side, I would say security is the starting point. So we're looking for partners who kind of assume things will break at some point, and have systems in place that can kind of mitigate how far that reaches. So we want to make sure we can protect funds and recover cleanly as quickly as possible if that's the case. And I think that really just comes down to partnering with people who have operated through many cycles, real conditions, and not just in theory, but very much in practice. And then everything we do at Stacks is really aligned with Bitcoin's security model. So I think that means really minimizing trust, avoiding unnecessary third parties, and not just taking shortcuts to boost yield. And I think that's what we're really building for. And we can talk a little bit about dual stacking a little bit later. But many conversations that I have with people in Stacks, it's all about building long-term partners. So are you designing systems that are more decentralized, more trust minimized over time? we don't want to lock ourselves into anything that's very fragile and based on fragile assumptions. So yeah, I would say everything that we do is really based around this security mindset, very in tune with the values of Bitcoin, and just making things as transparently as possible, and so that everyone involved can understand the risks as much as possible. Yeah, but I guess we can kind of go in the direction of earning yield on Bitcoin. Obviously, I think there's a huge growing interest in earning yield on Bitcoin. It's definitely where things are headed. But I think there's also a much higher bar for safety and clarity than we've seen in past cycles. And that's obviously, I think we'd both agree, for the better. So I'll throw it back to you. I would say, I'm going to ask you, like, from an infrastructure standpoint, what do you think needs to be in place for these kinds of security first Bitcoin yield models in order to scale in a responsible way?
Is that more focused, I guess, on the Bitcoin model itself, for example, stacks and dual stacking, or also from the, our perspective as an infrastructure provider? Would you say both?
Sorry, can you repeat that? You kind of cut out a little bit
No
on my
worries.
end.
No worries. Like, so I think for companies there needs to be two things. One is, and I don't want to repeat all of this. This is what I've talked about before, right? What we do at Blockdaemon. So they need, and not only us but also many others, to work together to have the, I guess, accessibility layer to the yield opportunity, to stacks and dual stacking, for example. And that comes down to, again, security, compliance, operations, so that they can operate a professional, secure, compliant, resilient infrastructure from day one. And then I think when you look at the protocol solution itself, right? Obviously there's you and there's some others that tackle things differently. There are also many questions they ask themselves, and also us ultimately. Do I give up control over my Bitcoin? Is it wrapped? And if it is, am I comfortable with wrapping and bridging? And how does that actually work? And smart contract audits, and where do I draw the line when it comes to risk? Then also what I mentioned prior, right? Like having the end in mind, like how can I get out? What does the process look like? Are there basically any systematic risks, right? For example, for Ethereum, for quite a while, and that doesn't exist anymore, but for quite a while you needed the validator key to exit your staking position. And if the validator key is only with a staking operator, for example us, right, then suddenly you have to trust a third party that they will trigger you exiting when you want to exit. And then I guess you can still say that in this case Ethereum would come back to your wallet. So there's an argument to be made that you are still in full control of your Ethereum, but not really of the action, the unstaking process. And so I think this is really important to understand. And there's a lot more questions. What happens if the chain gets stalled? Who are like the key players? Besides maybe your infrastructure providers in the ecosystem that you should know, having ties to the foundation, all of that. And then I think only after, having answered all of these questions, from our experience, are you diving deeper into yields? And, then of course you'll have questions around the sustainability of yields. Where do they actually come from? I see a big number now. How does that number, like what makes it happen? How can someone offer 5% when someone else has 1.5? Will that 5% still be there in a year from now or not? I think understanding these mechanics then also becomes really important. And ultimately, that has other implications, that follow up. For example, do I say like in full control of my Bitcoin? And if I do, or, not depending on the setup, do I need a second asset to stake? If yes, like in which ratio, where do I get it from? And then also, how do I get my staking rewards paid out? Or, what means staking rewards? There's no, staking rewards, quote unquote. My Bitcoin yields, how do I earn them? is this in Bitcoin? Is it native Bitcoin, or is it some sort of wrapped Bitcoin? Is it some other currency? Is it maybe a basket of currencies, right? And that again has a lot of ripple effects. Obviously one that comes to mind is what was doing, or like the whole idea behind it initially, having securing many chains and then getting paid in these rewards. Many companies we talked to, they wanted to earn yields on their Bitcoin in Bitcoin or in stablecoin, not in many other currencies. And then, the question comes up, does my custodian even support all these other currencies? How do I get them back into Bitcoin? Do I have to look deeper into AML? I know I'm already, I'm going in a big rant here, but I think there's
good.
many questions. But ultimately, if to close this, ultimately, I think existing and new Bitcoin, yield offerings have to look at that from a enterprise and company perspective as well. You don't need to serve everyone, right? Like everyone has their market, understand that market well, and ensure, that they have these institutional frameworks in mind when creating or maybe changing their systems. And I'll stop here and would also be really curious to hear what you think and how you guys think about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we definitely take the approach of people definitely want to earn yield in Bitcoin on their Bitcoin. So that's like one thing when we were developing dual stacking that's super important and unique to Stacks is, our consensus mechanism transfers Bitcoin to the network participants. And so that factors into the product that we launched called dual stacking. So, people don't really want tokens and points. They want real hard Bitcoin. And, we're offering like as close to that as we think is possible. So, where am I going with this? So the idea is really like we want to make Bitcoin productive, but keep things like simple and transparent. So I might actually throw it back to you. Like, how do providers like Blockdaemon support setups like this, where Bitcoin stays secure while also being put to work, like I've just talked a little bit about with dual stacking. And if you need me to clarify anything on dual stacking, please let me know.
Yeah, maybe I'll leave the dual stacking explanation to yourself. I think what we do, right, the idea is pretty straightforward. We want to enable customers to keep control of their assets, to keep control of their Bitcoin while we manage the whole infrastructure layer. It doesn't need to be the whole layer, right? Like our stack is compatible with all sorts of wallets, but this is obviously the given, right? We've talked about this. This is the starting point. They need to have a wallet or custodial solution that at least enables them to interact and participate, for example, in dual stacking, and then not only hold Bitcoin but also stacks and do these interactions that are required. How that looks for us, right? If you start your journey full Blockdaemon, you'll have the wallet, and then it connects to our API stack and underlying nodes and validators. And it's all about making it as easy as possible. I think we've come to the conclusion already earlier that making the decision or getting the confidence that, for example, you can opt into dual stacking and actually make your Bitcoins work is not an easy decision. And so once people are there, we want to keep it simple for them. We don't want them to run their own infrastructure. We don't want them to run their stacks validators and monitor Bitcoin and stacks and network health and all of that. We basically abstract that away, allowing API connections to have it as easy to manage and maintain as possible. And optimally, right, this is plugged into, or they are plugging in from a custody and or wallet solution that also has this whole security in mind, that they have strong policies to ensure nobody unauthorized can control the Bitcoins or change anything about the positions. But they have the security set up, and then they have as seamless as possible integrations through APIs to participate.
Mm-hmm. So I think Bitcoin definitely has a much higher bar when it comes to security and trust. You've talked about you guys support different networks. From your perspective, is there any major differences that makes supporting Bitcoin-based yield fundamentally different or much more trustworthy than supporting other networks?
Yeah, I think, I think it takes not necessarily some belief. I think Bitcoin itself has a very secure setup in itself, right? How you control and manage your Bitcoin may be actually more attractive to institutions than some other chains. That's for sure. That being said, I think where they have a little bit of an issue when it comes to Bitcoin yields is that, and this, taking a step back, this very much depends on the, I guess, expertise that this company already has when they interact with anything DeFi, right? Most of the companies we work with, they don't just hold Bitcoin, they have several assets and may already be really familiar with Ethereum staking and know what this looks like. And many staking networks follow more or less the same principles. And now I think this is where Bitcoin is really different, right? Because Bitcoin does not have this native on Bitcoin yield, but you will need a solution like Stacks, for example. And I think here it just needs, guidance and good education to help decision makers and the tech people understand how this is different from your typical staking setup, how it can work, how you can actually earn yields on Bitcoin. And then I think again, firstly you'll address everything around all security concerns to make people feel at ease, and then second, tackle how the yields actually work, right? How you can maybe boost them and not. And obviously, Kate, this is when we're talking about Bitcoin yields on chain, which I think this whole thing is about, right? What we obviously have seen a lot is also Bitcoin borrowing and lending, where we not really have a stake in, very much, I think, a TradFi thing working with crypto. What we're really eager to see and support is on-chain yield earning possibilities for all these Bitcoin that lie dormant in treasuries.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, I'll just keep beating this drum, but I think doing that in the most transparently way possible and really like highlighting risks up front is super important. Well, we're at the end of our chat. That was really amazing. Stefan, you very eloquently put all of this. So thank you so much for, walking us through the real world side of this. If there's anything last you want to say, please do. But thank you so much for joining me here today.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. Thank you, Stacks, for having me and having Blockdaemon. And, I can just mirror what you said. Really excited working with you guys. And we also appreciate all that you highlight, keep talking about transparency, about putting risk first. This is exactly how we approach it as well. And I think I'll just end it with this again. We often or mostly viewed from the perspective, and this is, the perspective of the companies we work with. They look at risk and risk mitigation first and then yields. They often manage, the tokens of someone else, not your own. I think it's a very different story when you as a private person want to earn yields. But yeah, this is how we approach it, and this is also, how we work together with you guys.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Stefan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate and Stefan, and also Brandon on our second panel as well. And to all of our panel guests today, and each and every one of you for tuning in to part 2 of the Bitcoin Capital Markets virtual series. Our first part earlier this week was talking about the institutional shift as again, we're looking at how Bitcoin is evolving as a store of value asset into a productive asset class, and what that future looks like, whether it be from the operational frameworks and custodian frameworks that we talked about earlier this week, to what we discussed today around dual stacking and staking along with self-custodial SBTC, but also Bitcoin as well, and what that means when you hold your Bitcoin as well. We talked a lot today about the wallet in custody side of productive Bitcoin. And as Kate and Stefan just close us out with the yield strategies for productive treasuries. We also discussed a little bit about what's happening in capital markets and financial products on a global level, as over 2.5 million, or about 12% of Bitcoin's total supply, sits today idle in financial products throughout capital markets. And what happens when that begins to wake up and move? A big thank you again for everyone tuning in, and to all of our moderators and panelists. Everything discussed today was for educational purposes only and not financial advice. Please take the time to do your own research. Now, we will see you back here in early January for part 3 of our Bitcoin capital market series to talk deeper about those yield strategies and productive treasuries as well. And most importantly, we will be kicking off tomorrow with our annual Stackies Award ceremony to celebrate all that has happened throughout the entire Stacks ecosystem and the developments that have kicked off in the ecosystem side of Bitcoin as well. That said, everybody, I'm your host, Kyle Ellicott. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you back here soon. Take care.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing the AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing the AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new.
All right, so without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been a rock star. You've been making the circuit.
Yes.
You've been on I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks office hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the. I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I just set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friend. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were. You guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm going to give up a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks hacker house, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that. But I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of noise here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what, sorry. I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands-on on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2, so obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction. X402, a lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place and I got into the hacker house. And that's what I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice. Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like first super slow, like Like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need to a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So, for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like, for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like, I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster. Is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, SBTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent. Maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests. Your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically. Like agent, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatic way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with V2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least. Not sure if any other networks, but at least with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created. It's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on Stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why for security reasons they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could.
Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin. But that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold. So I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm going to pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment. And with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can has its own token. So I can launch my own token and have my own economy with this, because now let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token. But they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stablecoins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC. I don't have enough USDC right now. The protocol can give me credit, so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
GM.
So yeah, I'm just
GM,
just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important thing that was receiving different tokens. I thought that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on Stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token, and that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like I was making the demo, and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX. And Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic, and in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for Stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great, because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for Stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Yo, we have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted, you may leave. No, payment required, return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony, as far as you would say? That sounds about right to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is whole by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to people to understand. Yeah,
and by the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like that the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I think it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key. But I think that landing page, you needed to create an account, and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a string of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things, that this X402, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents. and it's doing it in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about Explorer 2 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is 5. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 3 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make the experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want, test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with Explorer 2.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 Labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm. They will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With Explorer 2, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a Explorer 2 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agents is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts Explorer 2 on stacks, they can. Exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask, okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service, and maybe you can pay for the DoorDash, you can pay for LLMs, you can pay for AI images, AI music, all these services. Those are the ones you can pay with Explorer 2 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome.
So actually, my agent is making the decisions, which platform is the best for image, I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. We knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community, and it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find2Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find2Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find2Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find2Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow. All right. So without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been a rock star. You've been making this circuit. Yes. You've been on I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friends. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were you guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the Hacker House. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks Hacker House, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the Hacker House was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the Hacker House using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that, but I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of things here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry, I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2, so obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction. X402, a lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place, and I got into the hacker house. And that's where I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice. Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like, first, super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to be able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you.
We're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on Bitflow, since most people don't know what Bitflow is, since they're so new. So first, what is Bitflow? Bitflow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem, or the Bitcoin blockchain. So Bitflow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin-pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the Stacks blockchain, like your main coin like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity post there. And there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your asset and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STSTX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STSTX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with their SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys should not be confused. I'm going to go to okay, so hold on, my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio since I already have a persona out there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives the well, I hope my screen is visible. That gives an AI the set of personalities. Personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because it's some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to like do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And also, I'm going to add this for quality also with experience and would as exposed to reward for photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle and stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask you to create an image of I said a humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt, because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or 6 hands or 6 fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework for it. So wait, was someone under? So next, it's analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So, and then the next one was it give me suggestion on the lighting of the image. I mean, that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings. That's also this. And then it gave me final output, and it says here this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Aaron Sims creative and unrelated similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use two different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives out a kangaroo with humanoid feature that hands and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth, and you can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for portrait this image.
Is it possible
Yeah.
to make the kangaroo like somehow more Bitflow, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely, definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what Bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to Bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black, yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. I'm sorry. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to um um Manot Kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing um I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16:9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9:16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video because it's then, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert it. It thought about the fact that if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more better way, but I don't think it's about that. Let me check. Pixels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bright orange here. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we've gotten. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to like, yeah,
what I'm thinking is, one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms, and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further?
Yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the Bitflow image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what, sorry, try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So, mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is the best because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM Arena. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to have to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to average to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Marina. LM Marina basically allows you to create an image without any updating or try to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No. I'm going to try. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to have to add the fact that this is the image. Image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out our last prompted. So so um so since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about the creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to create a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and copy this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to par, so I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric wave stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it's made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you
Yeah.
post that on social media just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it, there's a record of it. And I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the count with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going
where
to
to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
Oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so we can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN underscore NG. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I'm still that. Wait, why does it say that? I can just read the interest rate. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTSN Discord, and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTSN Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM Arena to see. Oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the Beachflow logo there and shines the Christmas environment and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video. So we're going to try to use Video 2, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation and all. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with celebration aspects. And although this is just for show, it is not like the normal web prompt. Mind you, don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. I'm also, you also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lightning, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, let character work with camera move. Let character work. Why? Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10/10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the numbers, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16:9, the image is cut enough. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add that the aspect ratio in the prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSL Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have a, since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 101. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of the ocean I see. I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on Restream. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So okay, so straight on Bitflow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, let's go there. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my flow. Let me check real quick. So it's loading, and let's check our Gemini to generating. So, mind you, when you're working with flow, you can let your imagination run wild because flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination run wild, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with flow. So now another perfect aspect of flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt, and through webs you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to tell like this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So my video is ready. I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like we put into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of an error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay. So normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next stop. The next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out.
All right, my friends, we have a great treat for you. Our good friend, Hello Mark from the Cafe Crew and Called Eight. Eight is really excited to have you. Friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the Cafe Crew, and I really am interested in building on what we got going on with Eight. I got the chance to get so I'm bringing him on right now. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah,
Is that
like
a little
usually here.
better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone. That's
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
it's only
How
our
you doing?
fourth show today.
I know you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So but you know,
I got
it
bad
helps
news
when
for
you.
you. You're still a young man.
I know that's the problem. I used to be able to, man. You know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, one off, and when I say that, I mean I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep, and then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours, and I would be so
Yeah, so your day
productive.
off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping, and then
Literally just sleeping.
but it's you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of
I was though. That was the thing. You got into that, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, "Wow, I have done, months."
and you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to
Slept like
sleep
a
for an 18-hour.
baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because like I'd be in college, there'd be three of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up, and so that helps too when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So I'm gonna we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it it provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with or who they're going to like or who they might want? And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out, you know, how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's you're basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. And
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, place ads and target them. So everything from, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user. And allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story, weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they get along with them better. So it seems like it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
It's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, so just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money. Nice. But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay, yeah. Back in 2010 dollars, that's like $300 now.
Easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me. And I was really just, I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time. And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife. We, that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market. And so, I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah, yeah.
Like she's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and what I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I can screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here. But I mean, basically, the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. I can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match. And then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month. And, I'm making more money, but, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto, and
That's
that's a
less
little
of
much.
a problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Fortunately for guys like me,
Yeah.
especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, he's all the women he's been with say he's a vibe though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric when, 20 years ago, I don't think, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask, that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. He takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, if that is something you want, maybe, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them. But I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important, enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding like what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance.
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like; they have 1,000 choices. Where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for.
And men have got really good at telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this.
That we are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just, get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's, even
Right.
the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like, using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product, because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn them in, churn users, and it doesn't matter, because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like, the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth of
not
it.
right. It's not
It's
the selling feature.
yeah. That doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other, like, bad actors, that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go, and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is, all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on, how do we make people's lives better? There are a lot of agents being trained on, how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How
But
do
do
I
we
get
want
more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about, like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit. But also, I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we, one, need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, get paid for it or get some kind of, like, reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they're foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever tasks that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys, who frankly I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys you guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but maybe we'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And
Cool.
Town Hall would be good.
Now
So
I don't
maybe
have
we'll.
Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us.
Yeah.
One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. We're like
Yep.
doing
No
the stream is a blessing and a curse, because we have so much space, and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
No worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push
100%.
on all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is
how are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on Stacks, and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently, from just being an idea to being like, this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have there's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that, there's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, you know, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you know, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, you know, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like, this stuff, you know, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McCardle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like, it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, you know, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so, like, she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her perspective.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out DataIng, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app, or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow, that GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of this stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do
something.
I
would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's Crypto Economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Based Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing the AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing consistent on the daily. daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP, keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP, keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be
in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP, keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat.
All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM. Thank you so much. Happy to be here. And it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You know, you can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us, where we, book back to back interviews on the same day. But
you seem like a very, very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. we've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over, we're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants cohort 2 last summer of 2024. And it's iterated from doing like a 15 to 20 minute like good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what, why don't we just stream all day and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So what, after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happened to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Building on Bitcoin show with the Bitflow guys, which is also, they have their show today too. Last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. We don't want a centralized system. USDC coming to Stacks is great, but I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH. And I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot. Yeah. It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD base dollar. And then I've also got I've got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front-end designer or front-end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018, and really was looking for where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company I have now. There was a bunch of Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as Stacks 2, or the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine. And worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years, and been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And yeah, like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And yeah, we've got, you know, real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us, it's been a long road. And you know, when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's really, yeah, and it's always, you know, there's always kind of the steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that, you know, are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So yeah, that is kind of the background. Yeah, now I'll kind of launch into what, you know, BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Great. So, you know, a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s. But it's one of the things that like the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking like, why would we want to build the blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So, you know, Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, you know? And so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant and thought it was a kind of beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a you know, a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like, I don't know, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that, you know, there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadico. So, but Arcadico started as a Stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include, you know, all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design insights that the Liquidity team had, and which is like, you know, effectively it's like Liquidity 2, which is the current version that's running on Ethereum. So we you know, we like look to them as thought leaders and say, how are they solving these problems, and then essentially copy them. So a nice way to summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin Synthetic Dollar. And a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on Stacks, but instead of ETH, you know, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, I mean, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So you know, there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stablecoins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking, tracking the vault state across many vaults, and trying to do aggregate operations on them on a blockchain is very tricky. So all of the, you know, it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to with all the regulatory that's coming on around dollar stable coins, a lot of people are suggesting ways to, basically it seems like they're trying to establish the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stable coins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like I guess it could be like a public entity as well. I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah. How does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure. Yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can. The reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism. And so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices in different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that. Just make a profit doing that, and in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. So if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy and fancy, but I mean, Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
so that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 of profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. If I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is, more or less, on the market right now, then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere. So that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that.
He's the community manager over at Zest, amongst many hats he wears.
Hey,
And,
what's up,
nice.
Jeff? Nice to
Hey,
meet you,
what's
man.
up, T? Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so
Yeah,
much.
man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "What is this BSD?" And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talk to Diego and Dylan from Bitflow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about 1.5 years ago. And then, we thought it would actually, development on it would go a lot faster. And so we really went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess, my question to you is like, what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on,
website and take a look, just saying, let's take a look at tell the people where to find you guys as well, at BSD money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yes, this is good. BSD.money, and then BSD money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome.
And
started your
we started it was about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, launching dual stacking support, so the Bitcoin that you use as collateral is earning, was a big one. Getting the Bitflow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you might kind of wonder why would you want to do that? I mean, there's like leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness. And so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say like, hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are like the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on like a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of like in a skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot actually. So we've got a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling like toolkit that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's like, it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it like, hey, my particular loan, what do you recommend for if I wanted to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, anything you want. Can you advise me on that? And it can just look up all the details about your loans, like live specific details, and then give you specific customized advice. So that's I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking. And I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like. And and we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, so especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, like what is the collateral ratio on my loan. You need it to give you and you're trusting that answer to like give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe. It can't hallucinate or say anything inaccurate. And in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, like AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure, I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid-January.
Very cool. Very cool. So I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through the beta. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds, and also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think.
Oh, so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the BSD and buy.
You can show us. You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default. As you can see, you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over, and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like this is like a all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin, and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money, and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0, and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD. And
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. What it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt, and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work though? I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time.
Well, you can. That's right. Exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then So if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, stops. You can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you need to you need to like your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually like wind down your vault. So like redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that this the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1, and this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate. So another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like this is a market, really, right? So every vault chooses this, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay, and then the market like moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it, and the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on like epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, we have a little process that runs that basically takes. So you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of like snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not like game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall in the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you just tell the service like, my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to?
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay my APY is 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are, so they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So
it's
basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing.
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our three choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those three
Well,
choices.
but it's what makes the mechanism function. You know, these are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. You know, I it's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset back in it, and no fiat and no custody, no counterparties. It's just code running. It's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. Yeah, so I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. For the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction, and now it's already gone through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different like sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Yeah, another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got like really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's like, I don't even know, there's like probably 20 plus things that can like not be set up right, and so you really have tight assurances when you say like, only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm gonna receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. Like, it's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's like on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. Go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio, 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer, 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD. That's before us, and then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be like recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so yeah, so like I said, like this whole product is like very like very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can at this point, like everything, like unlike like CeFi loans or like a loan like I'm trying to give a good example, like Lendin, for instance, like a CeFi loan, like that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is like everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral, or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's like a free for all. You know, you can do it.
So I
can,
much,
you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC. I could buy SBTC with this, with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another. I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault, and then that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk, and or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here in this little panel, like this is the total amount. I had some, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here, so this is like my balance, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like this is where everything currently stands, and if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150, the new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, yeah, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like which is not, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more, and then you can also repay, and then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242, and you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's, like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see like just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then, you can see like, this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the charting process has already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults, is it trending up or down? Like, you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders of BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like, rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated, is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it, I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw, I take out BSD, or I create BSD, borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, that have where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the 10%, like the remainder, goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah. In fact, there's this is a very bursty kind of thing. Like, when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And like around the October 10th crypto crash that happened, just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure I went, because it was
because there was
drawdowns.
So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So like if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet, because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again trading BSD for SBTC. So this is the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool, though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time, and we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's like we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But
yes,
it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's like 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Like, does that change over time? Is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure. It's a pressure amount, and it cools down over about 3 days. So when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up. And then it takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent there's a few, I think, kind of game theory abuse vectors where you're just redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to cool down that behavior, basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run.
Yeah, correct. So anyway, yeah, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is like basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple days for it to cool down to get the like lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. You know, it has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform.
Yeah.
But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. You know, I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. You know, I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin, so it's all functional. It's just in a private beta, and so yeah. Happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me. Like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist. I know I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it'd probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today. And then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks. So it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's bsd.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really like robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other like product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on. And thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fund, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
Right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us a planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important, and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real-world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this, because it's it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background, and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited, even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for the little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity. It's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and it's I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think that this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin for Corporations members, including Strategy, MetaPlanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway. But actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into two groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So yeah, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of like, okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, like if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
Hey, what's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're going to have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now anyway. The overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form anyway. I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of, the actual day-to-day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees that are working on that. And so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things. And it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is. And even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. And an index provider isn't. It feels a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on if you look at historic performance of strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yeah, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach, and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors, a lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that, because I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this isn't something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say, even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had. But even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here. because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And that's so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out. And it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
Jim.
Coming in from
Jim, George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they had the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, it for all we know, they're looking at the market, and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it. But I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we will
I
get
actually don't. I don't see it really right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it. Tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors and 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So, yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things, can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important to, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank you. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well, and then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
But my wife and I have 7. My oldest is 29. I'm old. And my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear it. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called I Am Not Your Bruh, and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, it said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking the responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way in the short term.
It is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do. If you think about it, if we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up, or they're gonna Bruce. They're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff, though. I have, I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
Just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for joining us today. And guys,
pleasure.
Make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
right.
at Bitcoin for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay informed of what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George. And
all right, take care.
You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hana, GP. We are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the high. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive.
All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine. One of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I should have thought to put on my I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to go just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right, yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
It was insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios, put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look at. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart? A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about base dollar. And that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know. So but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the Capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here, we're gonna share your screen, and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go from there.
Yes. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom in a little bit. So, taker name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Villar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, if you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far has been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And yeah, the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat, and then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like, there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it, because, again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively, like, kept its TVL. Yeah, but I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFun launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say. Meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you. Like, the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bounty curve is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around, or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks. This also, when you engage in this, does it every time automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have FactFun runes associated with my fact?
Yes, FactFun has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2 and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does Capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah. Before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official Stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over I think 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point, so there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that Degen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile. Then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC, and it only lasts one Bitcoin block, and it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into Stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to if I log in, I can log in with my Lether or Xverse wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network, and wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFun. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFun account and I can connect my X. And
Yeah.
so is that if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFun and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
Exactly. So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially I just copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes if it's a Runes community, but currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to iron. It seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes capsule as well.
Yeah,
and,
please.
the game that I'm developing currently.
The game
The
made me
game
laugh.
is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we
Yeah.
have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win,
at
man.
least 10.
Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike, Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But
Yeah.
it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Leather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found. So, but Xverse should be pretty solid there.
Yeah.
I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because like, as developers, sometimes you build and you break things and then you have to come back and
This is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah, so do you guys want to see the game or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your runes token into the capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Leather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making the bridge or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this balance will increase by 1,000 mums, so it will show 70,138, and then Clarity, which is Stacks programming language is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we only have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like, the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The
And you see,
orange frog.
my transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage, for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
Right. I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxer Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested, that I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity 4, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes to transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fac.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game, because when you block, there's no way of like, you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block, and you punch me when you block. But hold a second. I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and
punch. I punch you while you're blocking. Ah, I got
you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like there's no...
Oh, sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function of I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple, right? It's just but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts. So 2 blocks and 2 punches. Because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No, yes. I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, hey. I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
I'm so
we again, I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. Lovable is very easy to use. Literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you
start in Lovable with basically, you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear. Yes. And then it asks you to produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
So you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LM, right? You can share.
Right.
pictures,
You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is.
I just want to
it's a long
show this
day.
deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I actually processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm still
there you
waiting.
go. Yeah,
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
Did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather?
Okay.
Went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. Like I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Like bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. With somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
first time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money. You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So if you currently, it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green, from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here. And all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here. And as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast and it reads your Bitcoin transaction and it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like if it's going to take, Bitcoin's never going to be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. That's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule. That can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this going to happen? So like, I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Like, it's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin here, I'm just sending $9. But if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. This is HTTPS, fact.fun, that you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys
Yeah,
are
if you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2 is very simple. It's trustless. It uses Clarity's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather, so Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically, I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending in UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 months. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 months. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging. Like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately. They're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, to your account, and your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, peace, love, music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here peace, love, music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSC.BTC wallet. Is for transparency, right? They can see our convictions.
Yeah, so very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on Stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them. which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game, and that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's actually the same. That's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right, or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android, and as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is, your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like, all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like, we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tempered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be, this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax, where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based, so they can verify what it's going to do, and it can't deviate from that. And it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
that's how companies work. Like, companies provide value to the community, and they extract value from it. Like, there's a value exchange here. So
right,
this is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet, just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like you just Face ID, and then you do something that you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. So that's why the games or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fun for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there, and that passkey can work in our.
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, Supabase, etc., and we'll know that you've got this passkey. But what the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey, and that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secure enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfun or Deorg Media or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fun can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fun?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a Stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling a an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
so what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have. I don't quite understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into Fact Fund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
it's their wallet.
Move the funds without their.
The wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think the standard does not exist yet, so we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right?
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund. Right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a passkey.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is, like, smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SBTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want, and you can. And the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool idea.
Without a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes.
All you have is a passkey. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your passkey, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Writer, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like, who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. When you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a multi-signature, or something like Writer, because nowadays you can be hacked really, really easily. Like 2 days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance.
Something money in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to cold storage.
Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is I think I'm also interested in leverage. Yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be, at some point, there's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy, and then therefore you do. But then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the Cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game, and so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be. It doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. Can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I'm not. I know GP's getting hungry. It looks like. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Raph.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right. So I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic, like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I sent 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. you see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2, or dog, right, or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX instead of what I showed earlier with even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. It's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token, and what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. And if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But it's there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon. It feels like.
Yes.
Yeah. Not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. The leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, building apps that are audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and AI and AI BTC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. There's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time, and the people that are here that are cranking that just don't stop, and there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like I could just go on and on. it's
The list.
incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. And
Yeah.
we talk often when we're not tied up with other things. But man, it's Hero saying, "Are you saying I'm a developer?" Yeah, kind of, Hero.
Yeah.
You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of
84 commits is crazy, Rafa.
and talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on suno.com. You can follow me at a 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. That these are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because it's like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma. We have to do that, etc. Which is fine, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, go ahead and see them, you want to produce them in the world right away. We need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. It's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more things.
I think that's actually, you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. Everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
Get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's go.
There's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC, simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fund/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge, so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say, again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 501 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You ain't right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Fact Fund for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday, because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations, with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see you all.
I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on.
Take care, Rafa.
Good night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys.
The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game.
What is up, my
Friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable markets if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited, even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for the little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So. We started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, It impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin Treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think that this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
Hey, what's up, GP?
Cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're gonna have to catch up.
No worries. No
So,
worries, man. Good to meet you.
yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now. Anyway, the overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form. Anyway, I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I mean, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but I mean, it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is, and even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on if you look at historic performance of Strategy and now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep. Yeah. There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yeah, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors. A lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, you know, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, you know, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this is something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, you know, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if they, so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And that's, so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
Jim.
Coming in from
Jim, George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they have the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as, you know, an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that, you know, is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That, you know, again, for all we know, they're looking at the market and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and they're, in the end, they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was their, you know, the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in, you know, in light of that. And, you know, we're saying, hey, that's, you know, a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And, you know, MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. You know, if you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it. But I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we will.
I actually don't. I don't see it really. Right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it. Tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, you know, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that, you know, no one has ever heard of up until, you know, a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, you know, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So, yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's you know, and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for you know, better organization down the line as well. You know, they help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the, you know, good policy both at the government level and at the corporate level is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important to, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank you. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well. And then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right. So we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
But my wife and I have 7. My oldest is 29. I'm old, and my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called I Am Not Your Bruh, and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, it said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking their responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way in the short term.
It is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search I'm Not Your Bruh book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna Bruce. Yeah, they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff, though. I have, I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and I would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
Just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining us
take care.
today. And guys,
Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
That's
at
Give him a
Bitcoin
follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I give
informed
you a
of what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All right,
And
take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
The basics of what BitFlow is and how it's